Dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by...
Try again.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hi, guys. How are you?
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
John, is your computer still broken?
It's not broken, just it's...
Do you need to get on the Wi-Fi?
For some reason, it's not responding to my commands.
What is it not doing?
It's not letting me open. It's not letting me open certain pages. So
certain pages.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not going to those pages.
It's called a firewall.
I'm not going to those pages. I swear to you, I'm not going to those pages.
Yeah, what pages are you trying to open?
I'm just trying to open up the thing that makes me connect to the internet, and it won't let me do it.
It's called the Wi-Fi button. So there's these couple squiggly lines.
Yeah, I know,
right?
and it's
There's
not letting me open it. So I have to restart my computer.
And then the second one's a little bit bigger, and the
I'm
third
restarting
one
my
is
computer.
even bigger than that, and then the fourth one is like an umbrella.
It's
bigger than all of them.
Not safe for work, Bishop writes.
Yes.
J-Man.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on right now?
I'm going to have to restart the machine.
Wow.
That's all there is to
You
it.
can't open the Wi-Fi? You
Nope.
have to restart the whole computer?
I've never looked at an HR nightmare that like John Bishop before.
What are you talking about? There's no nightmare here. It's just restarting a computer.
You should be, you're like sunglasses away from being the stereotypical guy on Twitter. Like the guy.
I'm literally just restarting my computer. That's all I'm doing.
If you put sunglasses on and then did like the selfie and put that as your bio, that'd be awesome.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I got what you're dropping there, Matt.
I know.
Hey, shout out to you for referencing the rivalry of all rivalries at the very end of your show. Red Wings Avalanche back this weekend on ABC, like the good Lord intended.
The second most underrated rivalry in sports.
What's the first?
New Orleans Saints versus the Atlanta Falcons.
Nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about that.
Terrible take
Nobody
on your
cares.
regard. You're a terrible
Don't
take on your
care.
regard.
This is coming from his radio grandfather. This is a direct quote from his radio grandfather.
I don't like the Eagles. That's such a great rivalry.
Well, it is. I mean, Cowboys and Eagles are a great
Thank you,
rivalry.
John.
Did I tell you that Atlanta, that the Falcons and the Saints was the best rivalry on the planet?
No, you said it's most underrated.
Underrated. It's
I just don't care about it.
incredibly
Oh, no.
I don't care about it. It's hard to be a rivalry that anyone should care about when they play football in the Southeastern Conference footprint. It is probably the 30th most important rivalry in that part of the country.
Actually,
football.
you know what? That's
You know
a good
what?
point.
You do have.
That's a good point.
I can't deny that is a very good point.
Thank you very much.
You're
I
very
appreciate
welcome.
that. I appreciate that.
I still think I'm right, though.
It'd be like
it's-
Stony Brook and Boston University
That's
having a
not-
big rivalry in
stop,
college baseball.
Stop.
Nobody should care.
Stop.
The
That's
Yankees
not
and the
even
Red Sox
comparable.
play in that area.
That's not even comparable. All
that
right.
was
They
pretty good.
actually don't hate each other.
Sad Husker fan writes, no one cares about the Falcons and Saints.
Wow. I think Michael Severe might show up into the Hope
That's what I
Lodge.
said. I think you're getting this take from your radio grandfather.
I don't
Because he used to say the same
First
thing
off,
to us, and
I
we
think
would
that
just,
is-
our eyes
I
would
think
glaze
that is
over.
so
and-
rude to call him my radio grandfather.
What should we call him? Your radio
Father.
uncle? Oh.
Or dad, maybe.
Okay.
I have like 6 dads.
You have 6 dads.
I have so many people who claim they're my
You struggling with
father.
the Wi-Fi still?
Well, what's the access?
I had
code?
Why where? That's how you log into Wi-Fi? You're on the wrong thing, John. Yeah,
I don't know. Well, no one. I have not been told which Wi-Fi.
HL Media.
Let's not put that on the radio.
Yeah.
That's exactly. See,
I'm
he
not
knows.
saying. I'm not
he
saying
knows exactly what I'm asking.
Did I say the password on the air?
No, you
I
didn't.
just told you what we're using.
Yeah,
You're using the wrong thing.
It's this one. He's right here.
That's not how the. There you go.
Right there. Yeah, I know. That's
just not how
That's
ours
not
is.
how that works.
Yeah.
That's not correct. You have to go down here. Please. Can you please listen to me? Please. Go down here. You're not on the right thing. And then you hit the arrow. No.
I know what I know.
And then
which one.
scroll down.
It
Okay, you didn't tell. Okay,
You're on HL Guest.
You didn't tell me it was that one.
It's an HL Media.
He did say,
right
to
here.
be fair to Matt, he did say HL Media.
And then you type in that.
That's the password there. There you go. All right, cool. We'll have John in the StreamYard in
Maybe
like 5
not.
seconds.
Maybe I won't.
How come? You probably made graphics for today.
I made no graphics today.
No
Whoa.
graphic, John.
You made no graphics.
I don't make graphics anymore. That's Nick's job.
Good for you.
You don't make graphics? You had a
I
graphic
love
yesterday.
delegating work. I'm addicted to it. Now that I actually have a form to delegate things to, it's a drug.
Yeah,
Is it him?
Yes.
Delegating to him?
I don't walk over the.
He wants to be
director of
delegated.
Video.
You want to be delegated? Delegate me, daddy. Interesting. What did you said that I'm running the StreamYard today. That was interesting.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. I mean, I do every day. Like our show, we work together. We all are doing things together.
Well, you know what?
On the show, we all work together.
I don't
run the StreamYard.
I don't like it when you use that
We
tone.
all
I don't
run
like it when
StreamYard.
you use that
John
tone.
uses the
You know
StreamYard.
exactly what tone I'm
Nick
talking
uses
about.
Nick makes whips
you
up
get
great
into
graphics.
this, you know, with this show.
Yeah,
we
that's how we work. We work
as a team.
We do. We are a team.
You know.
It's very important to be a team.
Yes.
Team is-
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 16.
I saw
the third best song now on the station.
Yeah, I saw a critique of the new morning show theme song on
It's
a message board.
Oh, God.
They said it's
Why do you-
terrible.
Why do you go?
Why
Why
a
do you
message
go on?
board said something's terrible? I'm
Why
shocked.
do you do that to yourself?
Why do I go on message boards?
Yeah.
You were on Tunnel Talk today. That's on a message board.
But that's an article.
Yeah, I like seeing what's going on in the streets. I like knowing what people
He
are
likes
talking
talking to the other basement dwellers.
about. I don't talk to them. I just like seeing what they're saying.
Yeah, I've
You're just
learned-
curious about the basement
I see.
dwellers.
This is so. The
Yeah.
last 4 months, I have delved deep into the message boards. I was never a message board person
Yeah.
ever in my life.
And now
Actually,
you're hopping back off.
I didn't know really what kind of exposing myself here. We didn't have Bears message boards. Okay, like that wasn't a thing. It was called WGN. You know, it was called ESPN. That was the Bears message board, right?
Sure.
It turned into Twitter. So this is all very new to me years ago. Now I'm learning that there's platinum boards and VIP boards, and there's a whole ecosystem of boards and original. It sounds exhausting.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
I mean,
It's
it
not
is.
something-
It
yeah,
can be.
it's not something. And then you got all these different. There's like 37 boards.
Matt says John's observing from his ivory tower while Josh is down with the people. Yeah, I like seeing what they're
I would
talking
not
about.
consider the message board folks the people.
I think John.
They are a subset of the people. Again, the basement
They're a
dwellers.
loud minority.
Yes.
Is probably the best.
I'm
way
not
to
saying that they
describe
have good opinions.
it. Have you ever said they had good
No,
opinions?
I don't go there for good takes.
We did do a message
Oh,
board.
so this is where you get all your bad takes from.
I
You
like
just borrow it from the message
I like
boards.
seeing what's going on down
do you
there.
go to the message boards to feel better about yourself? Is that what you're saying?
I've been a message board.
Look at
user
all
for-
these idiots and all their bad
I mean,
takes.
old
They're
habits
not
makes
smart
sense.
like me.
It
Josh
makes sense.
Old habits die hard. I've been on message boards for 20 years. I can't just stop today.
Yeah,
you know,
you
it's not,
definitely could.
it doesn't bother me. See, I am one of the few, maybe not in the few. I don't want to say I'm one of the few in media. I'm someone in the media that can read the worst things about me and just laugh about it.
You're very good.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
when I send stuff to John or Happer, I don't do it out of maliciousness. I do it as, wow, look at this moronic opinion
See,
about us.
right.
But if you can't, like, I would never do that to Jack Mitchell. Jack would not handle it very
Yeah.
well. If I was
So-
like, look at this guy, Jack, he called you a moron.
Here's my thing. I'm like you, and I laugh, right?
Yeah,
at a lot
but-
of those things. But there are some things that are said about me that are just false. That
Oh,
are
for
just
sure.
not. That are just people are like claiming it's fact.
Yeah.
And it's not true.
Wow,
That-
people on the internet saying false
I
things.
know.
I'm
But
stunned.
you never know you never
No,
know
I
it
know.
can happen to you
Oh,
until
sure.
it
Yeah.
happens to you.
How could it happen to me?
Well, because
I made my
it was
mistake.
definitely, I'll tell you this right now, like first coming on here on the 1620 The Zone and getting the first "you suck" tweets where I was like, this has never happened to me before.
Mm.
Like this is the first time in my
But
life.
welcome.
that
Now,
there's-
now you feel
I
like
know.
you've-
Now
you've-
I'm seasoned.
you are definitely
I'm like a
seasoned.
cast iron skillet, you know?
Wow. Excellent reference by you.
They've put a lot of oil on me and they've put me in the oven and they've heated me up and now I'm all ready to be used and seared a bunch of great meats.
Well, maybe one of the things, Josh said he's addicted. He can't get away from it. And that could be our next product.
Addiction makes
Yesterday-
it seem way harsher.
Yesterday, yesterday,
You literally just said, I've been doing it for 20 years.
It's just
I
a way
can't
to
stop
kill
now."
time. It's
yesterday we came up with 1620, the Nebraska.
Yeah.
Nice. I
Did
like
we
that.
ever get a graphic made on that one?
Well, we'll work on it. I mean, we
Sad.
got a while to go, but there's Nebraskarin, which is
Sad.
for fans to take, to get rid of the big game feels in their tum-tum. The next thing we can come up with is some kind of a nicotine patch for people addicted to message boards.
Yeah.
1620 the patch.
But what if it's just something to do to see what they're saying? It's not a thing.
Tom Osborne.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Good Lord.
Well, smoking is something that you can do too, but that's bad for you.
I don't do that.
See, we're just trying to heal you. We're trying to get you from getting
Dave
sick.
Remington?
Wow. How about Sipple just spending half of Tunnel Talk today talking about Tom Osborne and Frank Solich going to rescue?
I didn't see this today. I did not see this today. I've not seen
no
the Tunnel
offense to
Talk today.
Sipple. It is the worst bit of information of all time. Who cares?
Are you saying the Tunnel Talk has sank to a new low? Is this the season 7 Game of Thrones of Tunnel Talk?
It's time for me to start reporting on something. My grandpa and his friend went to lunch recently.
Like literally.
What are we talking about?
I mean, not inaccurate.
Yeah, seriously. So a couple old guys hung out.
So basically, he's reporting that Tom and Frank. So he had a column last week with Tom. And
guess who didn't read that column? This guy.
Me either. I
don't care about Tom Osborne's
Can I be honest with you? I didn't know what happened until I read today's Tunnel Talk that he said.
I actively skipped it.
Okay. So he goes ahead and he's like, hey, a part of my interview that I didn't really talk about in the column is the fact that Tom Osborne and Frank Solich go out to lunch a lot.
Did you know Frank Solich moved back to Nebraska?
I thought I had heard somewhere where he had moved back.
He very quietly moved back to Lincoln. Okay, so they were basically.
Those are Sipple's words.
Yes, that's exactly.
Wow. Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
Quietly moved back. It ain't quiet anymore now. Sipple.
No, it ain't. So then
now it's very loud.
I read this on my show today because it's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever read in general. And also too, I've gotten to the point with Steve that I've known him now for like 4 years where I read in his voice. Of course.
Yeah.
Like it's just he's talking to me. This is what he wrote.
Okay.
A second of what he wrote today.
Okay.
I don't know how I'd react
Horrible Sipple.
if I saw Osborne and Solich sitting at a Arby's or wherever eating sandwiches. I do know Frank used to eat chicken sandwiches at McDonald's and would remove the outside coating. He's a healthy dude.
What did outside coating mean?
Like the breading.
Okay, why didn't you say the bun?
No, not the bun. He would remove the breading off of the patty.
And this is back when McDonald's chicken sandwiches were just the.
Oh, so I see.
He'd take the breading off of the patty and be like a chicken.
Because they didn't have like a grilled chicken
sandwich. They didn't
sandwich.
have a grilled chicken sandwich.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, but I bet that was back in the day before they upped their chicken sandwich game.
Sure.
The original McChicken sandwich was basically just like a giant chicken nugget. So imagine exposing that meat.
Gross.
Exactly.
Very rubbery.
Can I finish here?
Please.
Because this is the best part.
I'm sorry. I was breaking down the breading of a McDonald's McChicken.
We needed that.
Topic alert for next week,
Topic alert.
This is about Frank. He goes, he's a healthy dude. He was eating at a Taco Inn in the Belmont part of Lincoln one time when I had to call him for something during his Nebraska head coaching days. Don't ask me why I remember stuff like that. It is
okay.
I know. I was like, if anybody
and that
else,
was in Tunnel Talk. That was the super secret inside information that they say don't share this with anybody.
I don't care about that part. I really don't. I love you,
Sipple.
I was just more so like, if anybody else wrote this, I would be like, you are such an idiot. Like, this is so dumb.
Wow.
But it's Steve, and I'm like, this is great. I'm like, This is Sip. That's Sip. That's why Sip is great.
It's very Sipple.
He was eating at a Taco Inn in the Belmont part of Lincoln.
I mean,
which, by the way, he goes, he's a healthy dude, and here's one time he was eating at an unhealthy place.
Yeah.
Well, I got to imagine that a lunch with Frank and Tom is probably one of the more boring lunches. Not the conversation. I'm not saying these guys are boring conversations.
Then what's boring about it?
The what they eat. Because Tom is uber healthy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
it's like 100 pounds.
I mean, for Tom Osborne, it's like popcorn is like as risque as he goes.
Popcorn?
Yeah.
That's sad.
That's the riskiest he goes is popcorn.
I bet it is.
Do you know that popcorn is considered to be like a healthier
not
dietary
the kind
snack?
Not the kind that you get at ball games, that's got all the
real quick.
Lunch
with Frank Solich and Tom Osborne sounds like one of those things that gets sold for way too much money at an auction. It's like that type of
as long as it's for a good cause. We're here for a good cause as long as it's for a good cause.
By the way,
right?
we're getting a word already from our man. It's time to end this. So this is a shorter crossover today.
Really?
Yep. Good crossover. Yep.
Okay. Well, my date went well. So
I know. Yeah. I was literally just about to ask you. Let's get into story time.
This.
All right. We'll follow up on Monday.
I actually have a very funny story of what happened.
Instead, we spent 10 minutes on Frank Solich and Tom Osborne at McDonald's.
And the Taco Inn.
Wow.
Apparently, he takes the patty.
I understand how you can pull the breading off. I think I get that.
Great crossover, everybody.
I think I get that.
Did you get into the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Squiggly.
No, I know it wasn't, but you couldn't click on it and it wouldn't bring it up.
Is yours touchscreen?
Yes,
look
it
at
is.
that.
It is a touchscreen. It is a touchscreen. Some kind of setting got stuck, but we're good to go. I'm in the.
Now it got unstuck.
It is unstuck.
That might be a spoiler alert.
All right. The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. By the way, this is the most I've been exposed to Echinacea boy over here. This is a little scary.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, now he's leaving us.
Yeah.
You're going to make fun of my skin disease on air right
now?
No,
I just there is but you're treating it, right?
Wow. In all places.
You're treating it, right?
I don't know. Insurance is a lot of money. It's a headache. I'm going to Shucks. So
well, you're still on your parents' insurance, aren't you?
Do we want to keep revealing more?
No, we got to go to break,
information
John.
Here while we're on the air.
Got to go to break. Nick's giving us the sign.
We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Back one more time here at Hope Lodge, Nebraska, and it's another One Beer Friday.
It's sunny, but snowing at the same time.
Oh, just wait. Just wait 5 minutes. It'll change.
Nice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO.
Back at our annual paper drive here at Hope Lodge, Nebraska. John Bishop, Josh Peterson, producer Nick. Nick's actually running the video from off-site. He's like over there.
He's in an off-site.
He's sitting next to the fire.
Awesome.
He's got the smart place.
It's nice and warm over there.
It is very nice and warm.
Very cozy.
And it's warm inside in general. And, of course, warmth, hope, love, all of that, part of the Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out efforts. The Pink Out game is tomorrow night at 7. You'll be able to catch it right here on 1620 The Zone and our sister station 1019 The Keg. This is, I believe you said it's our 7th year here.
I think that's what Josh said. Our seventh anniversary.
Yeah, our 7th year here. Obviously, the Pink Out game has been going on for 16 years. But we're here to raise awareness, raise funds, raise paper products like toilet paper, paper towels. I've seen napkins over there, all kinds of stuff. Also gift cards, like for maybe either, retail stores like Target, Walmart, maybe, grocery stores. Because, the folks that stay here at Hope Lodge, this is essentially their home for X number of days, weeks. There's someone here currently staying who's been here for 7 months. Wow, 7 months. And they stay here. They basically live here. If they're from far out of town, they come here. They can stay here free of charge, but they still need groceries. They still need, other items. So anything is welcome. And if you are unable to join us here in person, we're at 8033 Farnham. We're just down the hill from Children's and Methodist Hospital. I always use the gas station, the BP gas station. We're right behind them, just off of Dodge Street, 8033 Farnham. If you want to drop by and give us a donation, but if you can't, cancer.org/pinkout is the way you can do so online. And that site's going to be open all weekend long. Yeah. It's been open all week. It'll continue to be open. So if you want to donate there as well. If you're going to the game tomorrow, they'll be taking cash donations. Maybe bring a couple extra bucks with you or hit the little QR code thingy because there'll be QR codes all over the place. That'll take you to that site as well. So that's what we got coming up today, and we'll be here, of course, until 6. Let's get a quick check of the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard before we're joined by our first guest. Will Nebraska's sick boy return? Our sick boy returned yesterday.
Yeah. Nebraska's sick boy. Oh, yes. He's very sick. He was at the hospital for a while the other night.
He had to be at the hospital.
Yeah.
We'll also get you a preview of Nebraska-Illinois 2. The Blue Jays are about to find out who number 2 is. Remember that line from Austin Powers? Who number 2 is.
It's been a while since I've seen those movies.
Well, they're playing number 2 this week in the Pink Out game. That's the UConn. Coach Mack's going to join us.
Excellent.
Preview the game and talk about this being the 16th year of the Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out game. Wow. Could Notre Dame shake up the college football world? Ooh. Kent's Movie Club featuring Sinners, another zombie movie.
I told my wife about that yesterday and this morning, and she was quite baffled and very confused by you. So, as people often are, if we're being honest.
Zombies, vampires, what's the difference, right? But we'll review that with Kent. Predictions today. There's been more moves around the NFL, and as I mentioned, it is the Hope Lodge paper drive. 402-951-1620 if you want to join us here on the Grum. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can hit us up on the Twitter feed at USC1620 or the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. We are now joined here on site. There is not only the paper drive and the donations, but there's also a matching donation. So for every cash donation we get through the weekend up to $30,000, Nebraska cancer specialists who have been doing this for several years now are going to match.
Oh my gosh.
So in other words, basically your dollar turns into $2. Your 10 turns into 20, up to $30,000. Dr. Kirsten Liu, who is an oncologist with Nebraska Cancer Specialists, joining us here at the Hope Lodge. Dr. Liu, thanks for coming in.
Well, thanks for having me.
This is always exciting, and you guys have been so generous over the years doing the matching donation. Why was it important for you to latch yourself to this cause?
The American Cancer Society and the Hope Lodge do so many good things for our patients and the cancer population in Omaha and the surrounding areas. So we just fully support this cause. And I know personally I've had multiple patients stay here and take advantage of everything the Hope Lodge has to offer. And it takes such a stressor off of those patients. They don't have to find a place to stay. We're literally steps away from the Methodist Cancer Center, centrally located to lots of different facilities. So it's just a great location. Patients feel really well supported. And I know they really appreciate having a place to land and call home while they're here. And I've had some patients stay for a night, and I know there's some patients who stay here for 100 days, and everything in between. And they're here to support those people through their cancer treatments, and it's just really a great cause.
Dr. Liu, how did you end up getting connected originally with Hope Lodge?
Nebraska Cancer Specialists really has supported the American Cancer Society and the Hope Lodge really since its inception. And so I remember when it was going to be built and it was a concept, and as a group, we were really excited about it then just because we knew there was a need. So we've been in it with them, I would say, since the beginning, and we will continue to support the Hope Lodge.
Awesome.
I would guess, and you mentioned that you've had patients who have been here. I mean, and I know Omaha is kind of a hub here in this part of the country for people to get cancer treatment, which is why something like this is really important here, because we have a lot of rural folks who live far away from Omaha, hours away from Omaha, and just the importance of having this facility here makes your job probably easier, because instead of having to organize and talk to a smaller hospital about what needs to be done, your patients can stay right here and get the treatment they need on a daily basis.
Absolutely. And we, in Omaha here, we have treatments that frankly aren't available in, the surrounding areas, whether it's, rural Nebraska. We pull patients in from Iowa and Missouri and Kansas. And through Nebraska Cancer Specialists, we do have a full lineup of clinical trials that are available. And so we get patients really from the region in for those clinical trials as well. And so, we kind of pull from all of those areas. And I would say that, yes, Omaha has services that aren't available in other places.
Dr. Liu, I don't know how big of a sports fan you are, but looking at your education history, I mean, you are traveled throughout the Big Ten part of the country. I have to imagine people are always wanting your opinions on the Big Ten Conference.
Yes. Well, I spent 8 years in Iowa City. So unfortunately, in this area, I am a Hawkeye at heart. But I spent time in Madison, Wisconsin. Great place. I'm more of a football fan.
Excellent.
And Randall Stadium, great environment.
Oh, yeah.
I never got into the Wolverines despite living in Ann Arbor for a few years. And we're coming around to the Huskers slowly. So I would say, supported Creighton with volleyball and all those things.
That's awesome.
Through your journey coming up through the ranks as a physician, as a cancer specialist, where have you seen the biggest growth or just development in treatment and the improvement that we have seen in cancer treatment?
I would say really in three different ways. One is that we have so many more tools in our toolbox for fighting cancer now. I've been doing this for 20 years, and just the number of treatment options for any individual cancer is so much broader than it was when I started. Number two are the supportive measures, so supportive medications and just supportive services, whether it's the dietitian or other things like that, have really, those types of services have really grown. And so I think patients in general tolerate their treatments much better than they used to. And then lastly is just all the different mechanisms that we're utilizing to really stimulate the immune system and come up with some better tolerated treatments. So more treatments than we used to have. I would say better supportive medications, improving the tolerability of treatment, and then just really capitalizing on new mechanisms, including stimulating the immune system to really help in that cancer fight.
Does that make it like easier to wake up in the morning knowing like right now is better than it was a year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago in terms of what you're able to do?
Yeah, it's been a really exciting time to be an oncologist, I would say. We still have a ways to go, but I would say the future is bright, and we're making advances every day.
One of the other things, and by the way, we're talking to Dr. Kirsten Liu, who is an oncologist with Nebraska Cancer Specialists. Their organization, Cancer Specialists, are going to be matching $30,000, up to $30,000, the cash donations that we receive this weekend through the Creighton versus Cancer Pinkout game. One of the other motivating things that came from starting this pink out drive in the first place was early detection. And obviously it started first with breast cancer, which is why the pink has always been adopted, but it's really encompassed all cancers, whether it's prostate cancer, other cancers. You just got done talking about the improvement that we've seen in the treatment side, but I have to imagine as well, we have also seen better early detection than we did when you first started.
Yes, absolutely. And one area that really comes to mind is in lung cancer screening. So now we do CT lung screenings on patients who've had a smoking history. And that has made a big difference because that is a cancer that often is not symptomatic until it's kind of late to be cured. And so we're finding a lot more early lung cancers that can be treated and cured. So that's always exciting.
Dr. Kirsten Liu, Kirsten, thank you very much for all the help that you and your fellow physicians have given us in treating cancer, but also for the matching donation, not only this year, but the many years that you've supported the Hope Lodge. It's every time I come in here, it's great to see the things that have changed and how beautiful this place is. And it makes it so much easier to get that treatment when you have a place like this to stay when you need it.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having us, and go Blue Jays.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Liu.
Yes.
She's got many teams going through her. all the places. That's it. That is an amazing coincidence. You've been to all of these Big Ten places.
I kind of toured the Big Ten. I did. Yes.
East Lansing coming up next, maybe
Right.
Champaign,
Out to the West Coast.
wherever it is. But
Yes.
in all seriousness, many great cancer research facilities have been tied to the universities across the country, including the ones in the Big Ten.
Yes.
Obviously, UNMC here in Nebraska, the folks at Iowa. So there's a lot of connectivity there.
Yeah, I got to learn from all those different places, which
That's
has
awesome.
been really great.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Dr. Liu, thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
That's Dr. Kirsten Liu, an oncologist with Nebraska Cancer Specialists. And again, all the donations that we get this weekend will be matched up to $30,000. And it just goes to the ongoing total. I believe we're over $1.1 million since this effort began 16 years ago when Coach Mack and Teresa came up with the Pink Out cause. And of course, it first went to building this place, and now it is to funding this place and keeping this place going. So every little bit helps, whether it's paper products that you bring today or if it's a cash donation. Again, the website is cancer.org/pinkout if you'd like to make an online donation, or come and visit us in person. We're at 8033 Farnham. We got a lot of great stuff here, great hospitality, good people as well. So looking forward to the rest of the Grum today. Coach Mack's going to join us next hour. Got a lot more to come. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back here at the Hope Lodge, 8033 Farnham. John and Josh with Nick. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Other so the Matt loses things. It was right at
Matt.
It was right at my feet.
Matt versus losing something.
Matt versus losing.
So we got an email from John. Listener John loves McMaster. It is so nice to hear John say Creighton versus cancer after 4 hours of hearing Creighton versus cancer. Thank you, John.
Oh, no.
I've told Matt before. He found it, Nick. I've told him before versus. You know who told me that? Because I didn't realize this either. And we taught Nick about versus at some point in the last couple of years. It was Neil Nelkin. I was in the car with him, and we were listening to the radio, and the host said verse. And he was like, it's not verse, it's versus. And I thought, wait, what? And then I learned. Now, was I in my 20s like Matt is? Yes.
Wait, you had always thought it was verse?
I just thought it was verse.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Because I'd never seen it really spelled out. It was always VS.
Well, sure.
Yeah. I thought verse was like the shortened version of verses, right? Yeah.
Well,
like a hook and ladder.
That's probably the genesis of where it came from. Someone just shortening the word versus to a singular symbol or syllable verse. But yeah, it's always been
it's verses. It's a fun little factoid. Verses. Tell your friends it's verses, not verse.
It's fun fact.
J-Man writes 1620 the Mick vocabulary. Exactly. He found his phone though. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. He's off the shucks.
I'm glad he did find it because I may have eventually stepped on it. I mean, it was literally right here at the bottom of my feet.
Chris writes Creighton versus cancer. Hey,
Creighton versus cancer.
At least it's not Creighton. He was saying Creighton for a while. We joke because we love. We joke because we love. Yeah. Sure.
Why not?
Patrick says Matt compared this to John's idle/bye week thing. Nah, just wrong. No, this isn't. This is saying verse is worse than saying a bye week. Everyone says bye week, even though it is wrong. It's an idle week, as we have discussed. We were having a conversation with somebody recently. It actually might have been Matt. Why do we call it a bye week versus why do we call it an idle week? In a regular season, you're not earning it. It's just given to you. It's gifted to you.
Correct.
Because it's a 13-week schedule.
Which is why on our official schedule page, October 24th, idle. Idle.
Yep.
And I'm still schooling.
I know.
Myself.
We're struggling with it at times too.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I don't have my cough button over here. I'm sorry.
Bless you.
It's one of those days where you get a little thing in your nose. And
you're going to just turn it here. There you go.
No, I can't. No, I don't have to sneeze.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
It's one of those things that happens by surprise.
For sure.
Nebraska and Illinois this week.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Big one.
We'll have more of a preview coming up, but Fred Hoiberg today was at his media conference addressing the situation with Rink Mast.
Yikes.
And the stomach flu. Here's a little bit of a snippet of what we heard today from Fred regarding Nebraska's starting big man.
Rink, I think you guys know how much he wanted.
Probably need to bring up the video there back in the studio.
Yeah, Jake. Jake, do you mind turning on the StreamYard audio for us on the board so we can play this?
Sorry about that, Jake. I just assume things. Let's try it again.
Game. He gave himself every opportunity to be out there. He got out and stretched, got a couple shots up, and he had nothing in the tank. And I think I mentioned this after the game. He couldn't even keep water down, and the decision was made to not put him in that position. Got home that night, and the following day, so Wednesday, Rink had to go to the ER with severe dehydration. Still battling it. Ended up getting home at about 2:30 in the morning after a couple bags of IV fluids. Felt better this morning and was able to come in, watch film with us, and then we took him through the very early non-contact portion of our practice. So we went through stations and got up and down a little bit in some non-contact drills, did our shooting drills, and then we got him off the floor. So if he responds well the rest of the day and has a good day tomorrow, we anticipate him being out there on Sunday, not knowing exactly what he's going to be able to give us. Obviously, he's lost a ton of weight. He's still very weak, but it was good to see him. It was good to see him back in the gym today.
The creeping crud, man,
dude. Seriously,
and he got the bad end of it. I mean, the stomach flu and the fact that, I've never flown to Detroit. It was about 2 hours. Well, I guess I have flown to Detroit. It's about 2 hours probably.
Yeah, probably.
And when you can't, so I'm guessing, and I know, Nebraska's trainers probably did everything they could for him.
Yep.
But you're bussing back from Ann Arbor, you're getting on the plane, you're flying back, and all of that stuff just makes it really, really difficult. A, to get comfortable, and B, to get the proper fluids in you. And so I guess, while it sounds rather dramatic, going to the ER, it's understandable given how he was feeling going into that. And now you talk about what's going to happen on Sunday. Sure, will the virus be gone? Yes, I'm sure it is already.
But the weight won't be returned, but the fatigue will still be there.
Exactly, and you're getting back into game shape. And oh, by the way, you're going up against one of the top teams in the country,
number 9 team in the country in Illinois, coming into town. Yeah, I mean, terrible timing, of course, in all of this. If there's a silver lining for Nebraska, it's that they have piled up so many wins that this is not going to hurt their chances of getting into the tournament.
Oh no,
could very much hurt their chances of winning the Big Ten Conference, which is not a sentence that I think any of us expected to say even a month ago or so. It's like that's the real bummer of a situation for this whole week, is that they were not at full health versus Michigan on Tuesday. Even if he plays, you would not expect them to be at full health on Sunday versus Illinois, and then you go beyond that into the rest of the conference season. It's like that's the part that really stinks. That said, again, the silver lining is it's still January 30th. The next time they're on the floor is February 1st. There's still a month and a half until the NCAA tournament, so plenty of time, you would figure, to get back into game shape and all those types of things. You expect there to be bumps and bruises during a season. You mentioned the crud. You expect that to be the case in all walks of life at this time of year. It's everywhere.
It happens all the time.
But to go to the hospital and to lose weight, that stuff that it's like, you probably don't bake that into your expectation at the start of a season or even when January arrives. So that's a bummer, and you hope that obviously he's able to come back and be good to go at some point in time over the next couple of weeks.
And I asked this of Robin yesterday, Robin Washut of Husker Online. The thing you worry about is how much how much did it spread through the team?
Whole team, for sure.
And not everyone, they gets the same virus and gets sick in the exact same way.
Sure.
So, this obviously sounds like it was more the extreme end of things for Rink Mass. But these are, those are the things you are concerned about. And now you wonder, with a couple of days of rest, I would be surprised if he's able to give his usual 30-plus minutes.
I would too.
And while Nebraska responded very well without him against Michigan, there's a difference now, and I think we talked about this after the Michigan game. Sometimes when you have one of those injuries or illnesses or something that comes on you just like that, the other team has been preparing for you at your full strength, right? And then you get hit with that, oh man, now we're going to have to match up against this guy. And sometimes there's a kind of a dual pronged advantage sometimes to the team that's been affected. One, everyone steps up their game.
Yep.
Because we're a man
which I think they did on Tuesday.
Which is probably what they did. And the other is probably, Michigan, who was probably going through the scouting report and anticipating that Rink Mass was going to be there. Now all of a sudden he's not. And things just change up. And so while, yes, you take a guy like this and get him off the court, usually that's a good thing for the opposing team. But when you have been mentally and physically preparing for that team and then you don't get it, it takes a little bit to recover. That won't be there for Illinois. Illinois,
because they have they have game tape of them without those guys, and then now their coach is able to say, "Look at what they just did without these guys. You got to have your full attention."
You'll absolutely.
Plus, Illinois is trying to get revenge for the game in December. So.
Right. So certainly a challenge.
And that's not even to mention Frager and what's going on with him.
It sounds like he's
practicing.
He's going to be a game time decision.
Yeah, Hoiberg said today the original diagnosis was 2 to 4 weeks, and what the injury was a week and a half ago. So you're not even at 2 full weeks just yet by the time that this game is played. This has been the date behind the scenes that everybody has been pointing at for his potential return. Frager, that is, was the Illinois game, and it was a maybe Illinois, if not the Rutgers game after that. So we'll see, and you wonder, John, how the Rink Mass news affects the decision that Hoiberg wants to make. I mean, again, you have so many wins in your back pocket. I think you should approach it like, let's get everybody back to full strength and not do anything stupid. That's how I would want to approach it. But I also understand being a competitor, and you have a number 9 team rather coming into your building, for a huge game in the conference race, and of course in seeding in the NCAA.
I would guess that whatever decision they make regarding Frager and the ankle, it will be with his best interest in mind.
I agree.
I'm sure as a competitor he'll want to be out there, but they won't chance anything for this game.
He moves too much laterally to do anything silly and bring him back too early, because that's a huge part of his game.
Right. Because you can exacerbate an injury, or a guy can overcompensate a little bit, and other things happen. Exactly. So they'll be smart with him.
Yeah.
They'll be smart with him. They won't treat this game like it's the last game of the season, because it's the last thing from it. And we'll see how it plays out. Either way, I think it's still going to be a great game no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what their health situation.
Awesome,
and we'll break a little bit of it down. I got some keys to the game coming up, and we'll talk more about that as we continue. We are live here at the Hope Lodge for the Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out game. Of course, UCONN is coming to town tomorrow night, so you'll have the added energy of the Pink Out crowd, which doesn't matter who they play. It's always got a different buzz, a different vibe in the arena. Oh, but then that Baldy with 2 rings is showing up.
This is
Dan Hurley.
This is the biggest Pink Out game ever in terms of opposition, right? I was looking back through the history of them today.
Yeah.
Have they ever had a ranked team in the building on a Pink Out game?
There might have been. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Number 2, though?
Certainly not the number 2 team.
Yeah. Pretty
Certainly
crazy.
Not. And we knew this going in. I mean, you knew UConn was going to be really good. But there's a good and a bad to it. The good side is you're going to get a lot of publicity, a lot more publicity than normal. The Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out game has always been one of the gold standard of, charitable cause games that is done in college or even professional athletics for that matter. The fact that it's going to be on primetime on Fox with a big-time opponent who has its own brand just brings more eyes to the situation. And if somewhere out there it motivates people to donate or get early screening, you've already won without even tipping off the ball. So we'll talk more about the game coming up as well. Coach Mack's going to join us next hour here live at the Hope Lodge. If you would like to make a donation of paper products, we've just had a lot more come in. You can do so here at 8033 Farnham. We're right behind the BP station just off of Dodge, roughly 80th and Dodge, or down the hill from Children's Hospital. You can drop by your donations, or if you'd like to make a donation online, cancer.org/pinkout. And remember, all of our cash donations will be matched up to $30,000 by Nebraska Cancer Specialists. Thank you again to Nebraska Cancer Specialists for continuing their hope and their help of Hope Lodge. We'll be back. Notre Dame's name is coming up again.
In very, very interesting ways.
Odd and specific ways.
Ways that could help Nebraska?
Maybe. We'll find out. We'll talk more about that and have more live from the Hope Lodge, American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, 8033 Farnham on 1620 The Zone. We got all kinds of stuff that we're giving away on 1620thezone.com. There's concerts. There's our Get Your Together 5K giveaway. You can find it all online right now on our website, 1620thezone.com. Go there today and get your together. You could win $5,000. 1620thezone.com. The Athletic, as part of their season-ending. What in the world? Where did my thing? I closed it. How
what happened? What did you do?
I closed my documents.
Oh no, John!
I don't know why I would do such a thing.
I can help you out.
No, I got it. But
okay.
they did their post-mortem, and now looking ahead.
A pre-mortem,
you might say.
Yeah.
To the future and next season, and made their predictions. And this was their whole college writing staff.
Yeah,
they got a big college writing staff. Our friend Mitch Sherman, our friend of the Grum, Scott Docterman.
Yeah.
We're all involved, and they wanted to make some early predictions. And I know we make fun of the all too early predictions, but it's kind of interesting to see where people's minds are.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, it starts with the usual stuff, right? Who's going to win the national championship? For example, Oregon got the most votes, 9 versus 5 for Notre Dame, 4 versus Texas, and then on it goes. They did who will win the Heisman Trophy. Jeremiah Smith won that. They did name 3 teams that missed the playoff that will make it again. And so, like, they did a bunch of stuff that is, like, I would say pretty traditional fare for the most part. But they did some very, very interesting things towards the end of this story that I know we're about to talk about in a few.
Here was their votes for who would win the national championship, and this was 28 different writers that they have at The Athletic. Oregon got 9. Notre Dame got 5. Texas 4. Indiana, Ohio State 3 apiece. And then 1 vote each for Georgia, LSU, Miami, and Texas Tech.
Isn't it wild to see one of these and Alabama is nowhere to be mentioned?
They are not to be seen.
It really feels like Alabama's in their late-stage Frank Solich era at this moment in time, but it came very
quickly. It took 3 years.
Meanwhile, for Nebraska, it took 5 for them to fall off the map like that. It's just very strange as someone who has lived through the last 20 years to open up a story. And Alabama came up later on in a very multiple interesting ways, I guess I would describe it.
Yeah, they did. Some of the other predictions as well, like, you know, who would win the Heisman Trophy. You got to remember, you got Jeremiah Smith coming back at Ohio State. He will certainly be, if not the front runner, definitely one of the top 3 front runners when all of the preseason odds come out. Arch Manning is back, folks. CJ Carr, Julian Sand, Dante Moore, all on the list for preseason Heisman. Smith got 11 of the votes, by the way, in their preseason survey. Name 3 teams that missed the playoff last year but will make it in 2026. Everyone got 3 votes.
Yeah.
Notre Dame got 23, no surprise.
Yeah.
Texas got 17. BYU's getting a lot of love.
BYU showed up multiple times in here in a way that kind of shocked me. They did predict the Big 12 later on, and BYU had the majority of the votes to win the league over Texas Tech, which really shocked me.
There's LSU. There's Michigan. Put this on the list. Michigan ain't making the playoff next year.
Okay.
Michigan's not making the playoff next year.
Do you worry that you have too much anti-Michigan bias in your life?
Nope.
Okay.
I was right about them last year.
Okay.
I'll be right about them this year.
You said Nebraska was going to beat them by 2 scores.
Well, I was wrong about Nebraska. That doesn't mean I was wrong about Michigan.
Fair.
Iowa. Docterman.
How about that?
Iowa? Docterman must have voted for Iowa.
Classic Homer
is on the list.
Dude, Iowa's getting a lot of smoke right now. So either they're going to fall on their face or they're going to live up to the whatever hype they end up earning over the course of the offseason.
You mentioned that Alabama shows up a little bit later.
This one was the one that really jumped out at me first.
So of the final top 10 from this past season, who is most likely to finish unranked? So from top 10 to unranked. Ole Miss, everyone likes to pick on Ole Miss.
Makes sense. They don't have Lane Kiffin anymore.
Yeah.
You know, did they catch lightning in a bottle over the course of the playoff with Pete Golding? I think you can make that argument. I understand why someone would say, you know, see you later, Ole Miss. You're not making it back.
15 of the votes. Alabama got 6.
See, they are a program right now that I just think there are a whole host of questions about. They won enough games to make it to the playoff. They did not look very good in their losses. They looked like a bad football team. They didn't even look that good for stretches of the Oklahoma win in the playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to give them a pass there for the middle part of the season where it looked like they had turned things around. But when you bookend
excellent point,
how their season went, and
Florida State,
when you consider how bad or mediocre Florida State ended up being, that loss. At first, we thought, oh wow, Florida State's going to be something.
Yeah,
and sure, there was a lot of Alabama schadenfreude, but then when Bama turned things around and started to roll and they started beating a bunch of ranked teams, people gave Alabama the benefit of the doubt. But the end of that season last year, and especially how they performed in the postseason, just, if it's not for the comeback against Oklahoma, it was really bad.
It really
was really bad.
You could make an argument, the year before Notre Dame had that really surprising loss. Good teams lose to G5 or G6 programs a lot. Like, that's not a shocker.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they lost. It's how they lost. Alabama got physically manhandled in that football game versus Florida State.
Texas A&M got 5, so no Mike Elko love. Indiana, someone thought Indiana would finish unranked.
All right, that's weird.
I mean, there's bound to be some kind of a hangover, isn't
For sure. I think at worst, though, it feels like they're a 10-2, 9-3 type program.
Yeah, that's true. And Miami got a vote as well.
That would surprise me. In that conference, that would very much shock me.
Who will win the Big Ten? Oregon got 13 votes, Ohio State 9, Indiana 5, USC 1.
Fitz, if you're going to pick Oregon to win the Natty, that you would have them winning the conference.
Yeah, probably. SEC, Georgia 14, Texas 12.
Yeah,
Georgia feels like just the same.
Inevitable.
Vote.
They feel very much inevitable right now. Why would you want to pick against them?
ACC, Miami 17, SMU 4.
Yeah,
for
sure.
And Big 12.
This was what surprised me.
Yeah, BYU got more votes than Texas Tech to win the Big 12, 13-11.
I don't know. I'm a little confused. Yeah, I guess.
Second year in a row.
Is some of this how Texas Tech season's finished, where they get skunked by Oregon, and it's like it plants enough seeds of doubt?
Maybe, but I tell you, if there's a team I like next year, I like the pairing of Sorsby with Texas Tech. That was Texas Tech. Texas Tech, we had some graphics earlier this week. Their offensive metrics were good, but you watch them.
They always had issues. They couldn't finish drives.
They could not finish drives.
Terrible in the red zone.
The only reason the reason they beat BYU in the regular season was because of defense.
Their defense was incredible last year.
Right.
And so now they're upgrading a quarterback. Is there a world where Texas Tech is pulling in Indiana where they were really good and then they bring in a quarterback who's able to raise their ceiling even more?
I think so.
Yeah, see,
Texas Tech's one of my favorite early teams.
Who will win the Big 12? Ask me that question.
Who will win the Big 12?
Not BYU. It's going to be Texas Tech again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say.
No, Arizona State.
I was hoping you'd say Kansas.
Yeah. Kansas. I think I might have done that last year.
Yeah, you might have.
That was a really dumb thing.
So here was the thing. We were teasing Notre Dame earlier. Yeah. Here was the oddity. So they asked every one of the writers to give a bold prediction. This is their list.
Yes.
This is their list.
Get the tomatoes.
Get the tomatoes. There were 2. I mean, no one saw anyone else's homework, right?
That's the thing that really...
No one else saw anyone else's homework.
Correct.
So here's what our boy Doctorman said.
Friend of the Grum.
With the Big Ten whiffing on its preferred playoff format and for failing to secure an outside funding package from UC Investments, the league will make a splash by reaching future football scheduling agreement with Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
The league will provide up to 6 games each year for the Irish, including an annual game with USC, and Notre Dame will move its other sports under the league umbrella in due time. Notre Dame will also join in the Big Ten's bowl package. That was Scott Docterman.
So it's like, wow, that's pretty interesting because Scott doesn't really pull stuff out of his keister very often.
No, he's pretty informed.
I would say so. Scott, I think, is super plugged into the Big Ten
circles. He's pretty informed.
Among national people, Scott, he's got a lot of folks that trust him with information inside of that conference.
And despite what some people around here might think, because, he made that comparison to Caitlin Clark in Nebraska volleyball, he's very even-keeled.
Oh, yeah. I forgot he made people really mad.
He triggered a lot of folks.
Classic.
Okay, so that was what Docterman said.
And then
Pete Sampson.
Friend of the Grum. Who does Pete Sampson cover, John?
Notre Dame.
Interesting. Okay.
He wrote, this is his bold prediction, Notre Dame formally notifies the ACC of its intention to withdraw from the league and enters into a scheduling partnership with Big Ten and SEC. How in the hell is that going to work?
Or does he say Big Ten or SEC?
Maybe it's an
What
either
does the
or.
slash mean? Yeah.
I don't know what the slash means.
Yeah.
To fill out its missing football schedule, the rest of the Irish sports shift to The Big East.
What? Notre Dame back to the Big East? John Bishop traveling to South Bend, Indiana?
Cheer for old
for
Notre
a little
Dame.
Tuesday night Fox Sports 1 action? Let's go. Notre Dame baseball coming to Omaha?
I would like that. Hey, Bob, how you doing? No, it's Bob Carpenter here.
Yeah, I know. I just like the way you delivered it.
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
So that's two different guys not copying off each other's homework.
Saying Notre Dame.
Is there something boiling behind the scenes about Notre Dame?
Fascinating.
Or are people just pulling stuff out of their keister?
Out of their,
They're
yeah.
I don't know, but that might be worth watching.
I think it might be. I think we might have to bring on one of Scott and or Pete to ask what in the world is happening.
This idea.
What in the world is going on?
I love this.
That's the biggest story next week. It's not Super Bowl preview. Is Notre Dame going to join the Big East?
There's a Super Bowl next week. I wasn't even aware. All right, when we come back here at the Hope Lodge, Coach Mack has joined us. He will be here. Maybe he can comment on Notre Dame to the Big East.
Oh, that is great. Let's do a pull quote. Let's put this video out on socials.
We'll take
maybe Awful Announcing will pick it up for us.
Awful Announcing's already picked up one thing about Creighton this year, and
let's mention Greg Olson.
Virus for
if
that.
we mention Greg Olson and or Notre Dame leaving,
okay.
I think we might end up on Awful Announcing.
We'll take a break and be back. Coach Mack will join us. We're here at the Hope Lodge. If you would like to make a donation, come on by and visit us. The sun is now out, thank God. 8033 Farnham is where we're located. You can bring by paper products, or if you want to make an online donation, or remember, Nebraska Cancer Specialists is matching donations up to $30,000. You can do so by visiting cancer.org/pinkout. We will return with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone. Back to the Hope Lodge. John, Josh, and Nick, now joined by the guy who's responsible for this, Coach Mack. I suppose I can turn my computer a little bit.
Oh, awesome.
On camera. Look at it. Look how happy he looks.
Yeah, there's so many people that want to look at you. If I could, if you need a nomination for awful announcing, I'm happy to.
I've already made it once this year.
We would have no problem getting a second.
I've already made it once this year, and I think the official who's responsible for it might be doing. Oh, never mind. I don't think anything more than that. Another year here, 16 years of doing this. You think back to, the very beginning and then how it has grown and how it has gotten to this point and how now it's just become something. We put it on the calendar. We plan it well out in advance. Did you ever envision it would grow like it has?
I don't think I would be being totally honest if I said yes. But what's made it happen is when we first started it, there was a committee put together. Butch was on it. Joe Willman, some community members, Ren Smith, Rod Kestel. So we had some people, Patty Gallus obviously has been involved from the start, but some people are really passionate about making sure we do this right. And obviously we partnered with American Cancer Society and that's been a great partnership. But it has taken on a life of its own. And, that's everything we could have hoped for and more. And, most importantly, we've, number one, we've raised a lot of money. We've been able to help Hope Lodge. And then secondly, I think it continues to send a message of the need for early detection in the fight against cancer. And that's what we've been screaming from the mountaintop every single year. So, there's obviously some great sponsorships that we've had along the way that, we couldn't do it without them. So, we're excited for year number 16.
Coach, every year we ask you some variation of the question about how do you focus on the game while also trying to pause just a little bit to take everything in. This is the highest ranked opponent that's ever come in for the Pink Out game. I wonder if it's any different tomorrow or if it's still the same as it always is.
Yeah, I'll still get goosebumps when I come through that tunnel. Just because it's a pretty powerful message when you walk into that arena the first time. And obviously we got a great team coming into play and all that. But our team this year, we've had. This is the first time we've really had guys on our team that have really been impacted in a real personal way by cancer of someone very, very close to them. I think everybody's had an aunt or uncle or a grandparent or friend. But Blake's mom passed away 2 years ago of cancer, and Blake's an only child, was very close to his mom. And obviously his journey the last couple of years without his mom has not been easy. And, Josh Dix's mom is battling cancer right now. So, we've got two guys in the locker room that I think the entire locker room, coaches, support staff, and certainly their teammates, probably looking at it through a different lens this year. Because of their teammates' stories and what they're dealing with in their own lives as a result of this terrible disease.
How much do you spend just talking to the guys about what it means, the newer guys? And I know having two guys on the team that have been directly affected makes it a little bit easier. But do you spend extra time either during the week or maybe even before the season just explaining how big this is?
Yeah, more this week. We try to stay focused at the task at hand. But during the recruiting process, the Pink Out is something, that we highlight as we have players and their families come in and visit campus, and different videos we show because the pink jersey's hanging in our locker room, and there's always a question about why that, and we're able to tell the story and show one of the videos from a few years ago, and so they understand it coming in, why it's important, and so I think they get it, and tomorrow's a powerful day for them, after the game when you actually meet the families and hear those stories. It's it really hits home with some of the guys.
Is there dialogue with the opposition ahead of this game?
I called Coach Hurley a couple days ago just to give him a heads up, because a lot of times if I've forgotten to do it, and then the coach, when I see him before the game, they're like, why didn't you call me? We would have done something. Pink ties or shoestrings or whatever. So I called Coach Hurley and made him aware. He said they'll do something. So, maybe maybe Coach Hurley be a little softer. You never know.
You don't know. Coach Mack joining us here live at the Hope Lodge. Speaking of that, and we have been occasionally when we go on the road, we'll see how other teams, they have now started to adopt this. We've seen Pink Out initiatives kind of trickle throughout sports. But when I think about how we do it, and how well it is attended and how well it is received, it feels like we're among the gold standard of how this all gets pulled off.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that we're the gold standard. And a lot of people have called and asked, how it started and, what things do you have to get in place if you want to try to get it off the ground. And like I said, when it only works if it starts the right way and you have passionate people from the beginning, and those people that were part of that committee early, and then getting Methodist, CHI Health on board, as partners from the beginning was really important. And it's like I said, it's taken on a life of its own. It's become the game that if one of our players, moms especially, if they come back to one game a year, it's usually this game. So I was it's a powerful event, and I think the message is the message that we want to be received. I hope that's what we get out there. You'll hear it from me ad nauseum about the importance of early detection. So, we'll continue to talk about that, and, people that come into this beautiful facility and hear the story of how this is impacting cancer patients and their families. It's a great story. And, we're fortunate that this building's part of our community.
Yeah, I think the organic nature of it and how well it's resonated with just people, and how, you talk about your players and how many of them have had that impact on their direct lives. I know that, like, as it happened with me, this game for me took on a new meaning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it does everyone. And, that obviously I'm in a timeout when they play the fight song and you're standing up with a name written on your cardboard sign. So I'm not really able to partake in that, but I see the videos afterwards, and you can see the raw emotion on people's faces. So it, I think it brings back, some memories for some folks. Yeah. And, I think you're in some ways, the people that are going through the battle, you can celebrate their toughness and their resolve in fighting this terrible disease, because it takes a positive attitude to fight this disease. And I have just incredible respect for those that have to go through it, and the way they seem to be able to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders and fight this thing tooth and nail. So it's going to be cool tomorrow. And I think, obviously UConn adds a little juice to the building.
Yep. Oh yeah.
But they're really, really good. So, hopefully we can put our best foot forward.
And obviously we're coming off one of our tougher games of the year, but practice has gone pretty well this week. The guys responding well from, what seemed to be one of our worst efforts of the year.
Yeah, I think it's one of our worst efforts in quite some time. And you hope those don't happen. And I've talked about it a lot during my 16 years. You seem to have a handful of games every year that you don't even recognize the team that's on the floor. And sometimes you're playing an opponent that maybe you can get away with it. That wasn't the case on Tuesday night. They were, obviously Marquette was locked in. They've been playing better the last 5 games, especially on the offensive end of the floor. And we kind of got stuck in a rut, and we didn't make shots early, and it really took the energy, I think, out of our defense. And we haven't defended very well since the first of the year, and obviously we're throwing a lot of things at the wall with zones and switching and doing different things to try to disrupt the rhythm of the teams we're playing. But the reality of it is there's not a lot of protection at the rim right now, especially Jason playing with one arm. So we're doing the best we can with the situation in the hand we've been dealt. The guys come to work every day, and I'm proud of the way they practiced the last couple of days. I think they responded. Obviously, they were not happy with their performance either. But like every other game, we pull some things off that film that we didn't do very well, and pulled some things off the film that we did do well. And then you flush it and you move on to the next one.
Are the differences in the deficiencies now are different than the deficiencies we had earlier in the season that caused you to make the lineup change?
Yeah.
Or is it some of that stuff still kind of
part of it's in your league, you're in league play now.
Yeah.
And people know, they know your warts, and they're going to attack those weaknesses until you figure out a way to combat that. We've got a few weaknesses, and there's not a lot we can do about some of them. But the thing I didn't like, and the guys and I had the discussion this week, like it's one thing to get beat. It's another thing to not fight a little harder than we fought. And we really got deflated in that first half on Tuesday. And that's probably the first time that I saw that this year. Now, we've been beaten by some good teams, whether it's Gonzaga or Iowa State, the game at Nebraska. But I thought we at least had some fight. And Tuesday night, I didn't feel that. I didn't sense that. And now the second half was better, but also you're playing a team that's up 30 points, so they lose a little bit of their edge as well.
Right.
So, we're going to have to fight tomorrow night because we're playing one of the most physical teams in the country. They follow you on every possession and hope they all don't get called. So we've got to be ready for that physicality and try to match it the best we can.
Is the fight returning? Have you sensed the fight the last?
Yeah,
couple
the last
days?
2 days have been good. Yeah, the guys, you have to be careful in practice. You got Jason Green. Yeah. Josh Dix is really beat up. You got Jason Green with, shoulder back. His ankle's not great. So you can't beat those guys into the ground, or you're not going to have them available when the game starts. But Jason's kind of made the decision. We were trying to manage that and not have him practice as much because every time he's out there and there's contact, there's a risk of something happening. And he just kind of made the decision, you know what, I'd rather fight through practice and give it my all. And if something happens, it happens, rather than sitting on the sideline and not getting the reps. So he got through most of the last 2 days with not a lot of issues. So I'm hopeful that he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
There's some of the familiar faces. Obviously, Caravan is back. Feels like he's been there for 8 years. The Ball, Reed. It seems like their defensive numbers are better this year than they were last year. When you watch them on film now, how do they compare to last year's team?
Yeah, I think Silas Dembry that they've added for the transfer point guard is a perfect fit for what they needed. And then you go down the line of the guys you mentioned, whether it's, Solo Ball, whether it's Stewart, Ross, Caravan, Reed, those are guys that have all been in the program and all understand what Coach Hurley wants and what his expectations are from a defensive standpoint. And then you had Mullins as a freshman, Reeve as a freshman, that come off the bench. And Mullins, one of the, he's going to be a first round draft pick. He's really, really talented offensively, and he's buying into what they're doing defensively on that end of the floor. So, you watch them, and I think they're 8-1 in games that are 6 points, decided by 6 points or fewer. Their one loss coming to Arizona, who's number one in the country, and they did not have Mullins in that game. So, this is a good basketball team, and when the games are being decided, their experience really shows through. They don't beat themselves in the last couple minutes of a game when it's being decided. Their execution late and in the game against Providence when they're down 11 with 3 minutes to go, they executed play after play after play. And it's one thing, at the end of the day, you got to make the shot, but their execution was perfect on both ends of the floor. And they've been able to grind out some close wins as a result of that experience. And, I think he's one of, I think UConn is one of, 7-8 teams probably that could win a national championship. They have the ability on both ends of the floor.
And it feels like we played like 4 of them already.
We've played some of them. Yeah, we certainly have. But that's what we do here. Somebody asked me yesterday, Tom Chattel, did you play too hard of a non-conference schedule? And we're going to take the Vegas tournament. We have to, and that's going to come with 3 great games. We understand that, but we can't ask our supporters and our donors to do more, and then we have an opportunity to cash a decent check to help the cause, and we say no. And I also think our fans deserve the home and homes. K-State starting this year, Gonzaga comes back next year. Once again, there's teams across the country are going to play these neutral site games where their fans don't have an opportunity to watch except for on television. And I think we have a responsibility to our fans to bring in some quality non-conference games. And sometimes your team's ready for it, and for the most part, not for the most part, I would say almost without exception, the fact that we played a difficult non-conference schedule virtually every year has helped us way more than it's hurt us. And this is the first year, if you could go back and you knew Jackson was going to be out, you knew Owen wasn't going to be ready, would have it been better to play 3 or 4 more bye games and get those guys some more experience, some more confidence? Absolutely. But you don't know that going in. And you do what you think is best for your program. And, I continue to think that playing these quality teams is in the long run is the best.
Matt, going back to Jason, like, not to ask you to compare him to players that you've loved coaching, and where he ranks, but there has to be this level of appreciation for what he is fighting through, because it's so, everyone's going through stuff on January 30th. You can see it physically, though, on him. What's that been like for you this year?
Yeah, obviously I'm extremely proud of Jason, and it's, being part of his journey the last 4 years to watch how he's grown and developed in so many ways has been, very fulfilling for me. And, injuries aside, the fact that, he started at the 3 last year, and then Jackson goes down, he starts at the 4. Now we have problems with getting Owen back, and now he's played the 5. So he's really done everything we've asked him to do. And, a lot of guys across the country, when they have an injury like he has, and you're reading it every day, where all of a sudden guys that were playing a lot have decided to shut it down.
Yep.
Jason Green hasn't shut it down. Yep. This program means a lot to him. He takes great pride on the name in the front of his jersey, and he's given us everything that he has. And there are things he obviously can't do because of the injury, and he's trying to fight through it the best he can. But our program and our culture, even though the wins haven't been what I want them to be, I think our culture is still intact, and I think a lot of that credit goes to Jason Green.
And on the other end, you mentioned Owen. He's been fighting through a lot this year, and he plays a position you're familiar with. And I'm just curious how you think he has handled all of this, given he had such high expectations. And of course, replacing a guy like number 11 it's almost an impossible.
Yeah, he walked into a tough situation to start with. Had everything been okay and he'd been healthy, it would have been hard enough. Add to it what he's been through from an injury standpoint and what that does to you, not just physically but mentally. It's a lot. And but in terms of being an everyday guy in the locker room, being a guy that his teammates enjoy being around, being a guy that supports his teammates, even though things aren't going great for him, he's been incredible. A+. He wasn't able to practice the day before Marquette. We gave it a shot on shoot around, and it didn't go well, so we shut it down. He's practiced the last 2 days. I think he's felt pretty good. So, I expect that he'll be available tomorrow night.
I understand there'll be new wardrobe for you this year.
There is. You'll have to wait and see, John. If you like it.
You finally went with the feather boa this time. Very nice.
I know for a fact that you couldn't pull off what I'm going to wear. But
he can't pull off a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a great
That's because you're like 2 feet taller than me. That's the biggest reason.
Yeah, but there's a fashion difference, clearly. And you're talking about a kid that grew up on a farm in a town of 2,000 that's got a huge fashion advantage over you, which should be.
Grew up in a town of about 20,000.
Yeah. So I'll work with you when I have a little more time on my hands.
When you have a little more time on your hands, are you hinting at something?
I didn't hit anything.
Awful announcing breakout video.
Yeah, here we go again.
Let's go.
Yeah. John, insert foot in mouth once again.
What do you mean? You said something I wanted to ask about it. I can't wait to see what you have broken out this year for the pink out game.
I think you'll like it.
I know I will. Everyone looks great in pink. It's almost to the point where maybe we should just add it to our colors.
We could. Yeah. I know it's going to look good tomorrow. So
it will.
Looking forward to it. And hopefully we make a lot of shots with pink jerseys on.
Absolutely. And we have no idea what the future holds, but whatever is written about you and your legacy here, this game, this event is going to be a big part of that. And you, Teresa, and everyone that you've worked with over the years deserves a lot of credit for making this such a special.
Yeah, it's been it's a really, really cool event. And, you don't, it was born out of the fact that Teresa had cancer, so that's kind of where it all started at Northern Iowa and then carried over to Iowa State. And then we brought it here. And like I said, the people here it's been incredible how it's been embraced. And, Bruce Rasmussen from the jump said, this is important. We need to make this a showcase event. We need to hold that last Saturday in January for it every year so people know when to expect it. And it's been really cool. And then, since this Hope Lodge is been constructed and now operating, to have a partner like that has even made the event cooler because people that are supporting it can drive by, stop by, and see the great work that the staff is doing here to make these people that are on their cancer journey make their lives as easy as possible.
I was told by the good folks here at the Hope Lodge that every time that you make a call on your social media for folks to bring a little extra cash to make that donation, the donations go up. So it's a challenge to you to tell everyone to bring an extra 5 or a 10 tomorrow to the game.
I will do that, John. And thanks for the subtle little hint. You could you could have wrote me a note. I mean,
log on to Twitter, please, Matt. Send a tweet.
Here's my phone, John.
You want me to run it for you?
No. I don't need to be added to the awful announcing crew.
That'll come later. Mac, thanks. We'll see you tomorrow.
I appreciate it, guys.
There he is, Coach Greg McDermott, the guy behind all of this, making this possible. And remember, every one of those cancer donations gets matched up to $30,000 by Nebraska Cancer Specialists. So it's basically a 2-for-1. So make sure you do it. Or visit cancer.org/pinkout. If you can't be at the game or if you don't carry cash with you, you can do that as well. Cancer.org/pinkout. Be back with more from the Hope Lodge right after this on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back here to Hope Lodge, Nebraska. John Bishop, Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm today.
I got something for you, John.
You got something for me.
Well, actually, we have something for the listeners because we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to tomorrow night's game versus number 2 UConn. So here's what we're doing. Nick put out a tweet right now at USC 1620. All you got to do is leave a comment over the next 57 minutes. And starting at 4:30, we will lock it, and Nick is going to choose someone at random. 4 tickets to see Creighton versus the number 2 team in the country. Pink out game tomorrow night.
So you leave a comment to that post.
Respond to that post.
So
you could say anything like, I enjoy it when Mac roasts John, and that would enter you into the contest, among other comments. Josh is handsome.
I don't know.
I like pizza.
I don't know if we're doing a comment like that.
I mean, we could. Nick is going to choose it at random. So,
I guess we could.
Yeah. There's a difference between zombies and vampires. Again, any comments, and you will get entered into the contest.
There is a difference, but they're basically the same.
At USC 1620, go do so now.
I need to go find that and retweet that, and I will do that.
It's very new. He just put it up a few minutes ago.
Couple of things, and I know we went long with Coach Max, so we're going to take a quick break here. Kent Wolgamott's going to join us for the movie club.
Actually, I think we are on clock.
Oh,
we're
clock
good.
now?
We're good. Yeah.
Oh, we are.
So, yeah, we can break at
our
normal time.
We're good to go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
You're good.
Couple of sad things. Mark Marquess, he was Kyle Peterson's head coach at Stanford, has passed away at the age of 78, a Stanford legend who helped win a national title there. Just finding that out through Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball. And I don't know if you saw this, but Lou Holtz is in hospice care.
Yeah.
Which sadly usually does not mean good things there. So certainly our thoughts to both the Stanford baseball family and, of course, all the fans of Coach Holtz.
Well, and then not in the sports world, but we'll have Kent Wolgamott on soon for Movie Club. Catherine O'Hara passed away. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Passed away 71 earlier today. I haven't seen any information on anything. So terrible news there as well. I thought Odson had a really beautiful tribute to her on Twitter a few moments ago, basically saying, now you're not a Home Alone fan, but she's in your home every Christmas. If you watch Home Alone every Christmas, Catherine O'Hara is always going to be there. She had a hilarious role on one of my favorite shows of 2025, The Studio, where she played someone high up inside of a Hollywood, movie company. And, as someone who watched Home Alone probably every Christmas and Home Alone 2 when I was a kid, many, many memories with her. So rest in peace to her. And
she was
her family.
She was a member of the original SCTV crew. With John Candy and Eugene Levy and Andrea Martin and Rick Moranis, which was a great show, but she was part of that group. So certainly sad news there. Didn't mean to bring everything down there.
Yeah.
I thought we had a short segment here because I thought we needed to catch up on breaks, but we will transition to something a little bit more positive, and that is a look ahead to coming up on Sunday when Illinois takes on Nebraska, a top 10 rated matchup, and came up with some of my keys to all of what's going to happen. Of course, this is the second meeting, Nebraska winning the first 83-80. And the first thing that popped to the top of the charts for me was 2-pointers, not 3-pointers, 2-pointers.
What year is it? 1983?
2-pointers still counts as 2 points.
That is true. They haven't deleted them yet.
Inflation has not changed the 2-pointer.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet. But the reason I bring this up is because Nebraska was 20 of 36 on 2-point field goals, which up to that point in the season, and I'm talking about the first matchup against Illinois, that was one of the 4 worst defensive games of the year for the Illini.
Interesting.
We always think of Nebraska being this team that, they live by the 3, die by the 3. But this was one of the better games in the front half of the season that any team was able to have inside the arc against Illinois. Now, during their 10-game win streak, Illinois on a 10-game win streak, they beat Washington last night. They have buttoned up their 2-point field goal defense. But, there's a but. In the last 2 games against Purdue and Washington, Illinois has allowed 62% on 2-point field goals. So while this year Illinois is 30th in the country in 2-point field goal defense, and Nebraska is 12th in 2-point field goal offense, great matchup. The last 2 games, Illinois has allowed a little bit more inside the arc and inside the paint. Name to watch for possibly tomorrow, Jared Garcia, people forget he had a good match. He had a good game.
That's like the one good game that he's had all season.
Exactly, but he went 4 for 6.
Because he's really struggled otherwise.
Had 10 points in that game. We'll see if maybe that plays a role, especially if Rink Matt.
What's going on with Rink? What's going on with Frager?
Is not 100%.
Because Garcia's always been the guy this year, that would come in and get those minutes. And then when Frager got hurt, Garcia was immediately the player that people thought could benefit the most. He has really struggled. Because that game, I remember watching that game thinking, whoa, if you have another guy that you can feel comfortable with coming off of the bench and providing minutes and points, you're going to really be cooking with something. Meanwhile, that now is easily the best game that he has had and has just turned into an outlier performance for him this year.
And on the other end of it, Nebraska in the first matchup against the Illini allowed 18 of 29 inside the arc, which is their third worst defensive effort of the year, trailing only the Oklahoma game, which was a shootout, and the game we just saw against Michigan. Michigan was feasting inside. They were 14 of 16 in the first half. And even though things slowed up in the second half, and yes, Nebraska did lead at halftime, trading 3s for 2s. If that trend continues and Illinois, sparks up inside because they've got some bigger bodies as well, and especially needing to find other scoring options besides Kylan Boswell, who, as we talked about yesterday with Robin Washut, will miss this game, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a second.
Yeah.
Again, making up for some of that lost scoring output, Nebraska's interior defense, the no-middle defense, has to rise up in this.
Yeah, Bear K missed a couple of really close 2-point shots as well, and in a game that ultimately comes down to a 3-point margin of victory for the Wolverines, there was at least 2 that I remember Bear K missing where it's like, whoa, that could have swung the game the other way.
Another key in this one, and I talked about it, Kylan Boswell broke his hand a couple of games ago. He's going to miss Sunday. In Champaign, Boswell was the leading scorer for Illinois, and it was all 3 layers. Hit 2 threes, went 3 for 6, or hit 2 twos, I should say. Went 3 for 6 from the 3-point line. Went 7 of 9 at the free throw line.
Okay.
Now his 1-to-1 replacement in the starting lineup, Jake Davis, has not been there from a production standpoint. A lot of the scoring load is kind of shifted over to the freshman Wagler. He had a career day 46 against Purdue. He went 9 of 11 from 3. Last night, Wagler had 22 in the win over Washington. Now, while his scoring average has continued to rise, he is still doing a great job of facilitating the offense. He's averaging over 4 assists per game. He has twice had 8 assist games without Boswell in the starting lineup. Wagler had 10 assists in the loss to Nebraska earlier this season. So, obviously, Wagler's going to be huge in this game. Would they love him to go off for another 40?
Yeah.
Of course they would.
Yeah, for sure.
But Nebraska's got to be mindful. He is still, even as a scorer, able to still facilitate the offense. His assist numbers have been really good. Yes.
Yeah, he's coming off an 8-assist game versus Washington. And, man, I'm always – because do you have anything on Wagler? Because I can give you just a couple things real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm always curious, especially for a young basketball player, young athlete in general. Big game. Maybe the finest game of your young career. How do you play in the next one? 46 points, 13 of 17 shooting, 9 of 11 from 3. Just like preposterous numbers that was a week ago tomorrow. He came back, still shot above 50%, only shot it 13 times, scored 22, added the 8 assists, added 5 rebounds as well, and a couple steals. So that is some really heady stuff from a freshman that he was able to deliver. So, yeah, all eyes are going to be on him. He is able to impact the game in a variety of ways. In his last handful. I mean, he is 5 assists, 8 assists, 4 assists, 8 assists. He's always getting his teammates involved. He's had multiple double-doubles this year. So certainly he's going to be a player that everybody has their eyes on tomorrow.
And by the way, if you think he's going to be intimidated by the home crowd, that 40-point effort happened
Purdue.
at Purdue.
Correct.
So
yeah,
I don't think
they were down, they came back. That was a monster performance.
I don't think the PBA crowd's going to necessarily get to him. On the other side of it, though, how is Illinois going to handle Price Sanford? Nebraska's hottest player has never been hotter than what he was in the first meeting in Champaign 2 months or month and a half ago.
Incredible.
32 points, went 6 of 7 on 2-point field goals, had 3 right at the rim, went 6 of 11 from 3. He's been on his streak of 5 straight 20-point games. Yep. But do you know he's also got a streak of at least making 3 threes in 9 straight games?
Yeah, the last time he didn't was North Dakota back before Christmas time. And so if you're talking about power conference games, you have to go all the way back to Wisconsin when he only made 2 of 6.
And that was the game where they blew out Wisconsin.
Didn't
They
matter.
didn't really need that production.
Yeah.
So he has only been held to under 3 threes once in Big Ten play. And that was the blowout win over Wisconsin.
Again, didn't matter, yeah.
The key here for Illinois is he's probably going to get his, but make him a volume scorer because that's what Michigan did.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that he got 20,
18
he
shots.
did that on 18 shots,
Not
which
the
is
type of efficiency.
easily the least efficient that he's had during this streak. So Sanford's going to get his. Can Illinois make it an inefficient 20 or 25?
Yeah, they always say that what you want is a 1.5 per shot is like a really nice, efficient day. And in the first matchup against Illinois, 32 points on 18 shots. So he was actually closing in on 2 points per shot, which is, again, a kind of a preposterous number. It was a struggle for him in the second half. It was a struggle for everybody in the second half versus Michigan. The 3-point shots were just not falling for them at the rate that they would normally like. How does he bounce back? Because you're right. I mean, you look up and down his charts. Every game, especially in this most recent stretch, he has had multiple possessions in a row, seemingly, where he's able to knock in a couple of threes. Just fell by the wayside a little bit too much at the end of the one versus the Wolverines on Tuesday.
First attack offense. So, in other words, every game is easily won if you can score on your first attack, meaning if you don't get turnovers, you don't get offensive rebounds to gain those extra possessions.
Yeah.
Because neither of these two teams turn it over very much. They had just 14 combined turnovers in the first meeting.
Wow.
It was an 8-8 draw on points off turnovers.
Really clean, fun game.
Nebraska was able, the reason, in addition to the three-point shooting, they were able to control the lead against Michigan on Tuesday night was because Michigan was more turnover prone than Nebraska. Unfortunately, Illinois is not a team that turns it over a lot, and they're coming off their best game of the season handling the rock. Their offensive turnover rate is just 23rd in the nation. We already know Nebraska doesn't necessarily turn it over a lot, so I would expect that turnovers will be down. First attack offense. In other words, getting a bucket on your first attack is going to be so important, because you're probably not going to get a lot of extra possessions on turnovers. And then you look at the rebounding side. So Illinois outboarded the Huskers by 7 in the first game, and they were +5 on the offensive glass. The offensive rebounding rate by Illinois in that first game was Nebraska's worst effort of the season on the glass, yet they still won the game.
Mm-hmm.
But during the 10-game win streak, Illinois has put together what I would classify as several good to great games on the offensive glass, and that includes the win over Purdue, which typically is a big physical team that can crash the glass. Mirakovic, David Mirakovic is their best offensive rebounder, but in the first matchup, Nebraska held him off the offensive board. So I'm going to be watching rebounds on this as well, because, you're trying to get those extra possessions.
Yeah.
You're going to get those off of offensive rebounds and turnovers. And then the final key I've got, I expect another free-flowing shootout.
Yeah.
Unlike the Michigan game, I don't think fouls and foul shots will be as large a factor.
I would agree.
Illinois is number 1 in the nation in defensive free throw rate, meaning they don't put the other team at the line.
Sure.
Nebraska's 6th.
Wow, that certainly could set up for a game where it's really back and forth and clean.
And then on the other side, Nebraska's 342nd at getting to the line, while Illinois is 214th.
And that shows itself, right? And I know that there were some calls that went against Nebraska, but that explains why they did not shoot a whole lot of free throws in the game against Michigan, because they don't draw those types of fouls a lot.
Now, Illinois did shoot 20 free throws in the first meeting in Champaign, but Boswell took 9 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy who took basically half their free throws not playing on Sunday. So I would expect this will be a low foul, high pace game, very similar to the one we saw in Champaign. Obviously, you want to make your shots, but those are some of the other keys that I see as well. And I think it's going to be real fascinating to see which of those two big scorers, whether it is Wagler or Sanford, has the most efficient day.
Yep.
And then obviously all of the other things. We don't know what Frager's situation is going to be. We don't know what kind of rink Mast. Mast will play. It's just what kind of rink Mast you're going to get, given that he had already been struggling a bit coming into the Michigan game. Then he gets sick, doesn't play against Michigan. Don't know what we're going to get out of him. And so Nebraska's going to have to, in a weird way, kind of piece things together a little bit, similar to what they did against Michigan, even though they could have both of those guys back, or at least one of those guys.
The other thing I'd add too, Sonny points it out, I think the 4-day layoff as opposed to their 2-day layoff is going to really be important. Yeah, Illinois plays last night versus Washington. Nebraska, of course, played on Tuesday. Nebraska needs that extra rest for those two aforementioned players. And so where is Illinois at, given that they are traveling? Nebraska has now been at home since, early Wednesday morning. And how does that impact this game? I mean, there is so much at stake, man, where if Nebraska is going to stay in that mix for the Big Ten regular season conference championship, you almost want to say a win here is a darn near must for them because of who this would be a win against, what they have remaining on the schedule, and, of course, you're hoping to get guys back healthy, starting with Rutgers and then moving forward. And then you'll be schedule watching. You'll be scoreboard watching a little bit tonight between Michigan and Michigan State. Nebraska's not playing Michigan or Michigan State again this season. So they're done with both of those games. They, of course, split them, winning against Michigan State at the start of the month, losing to Michigan on Tuesday. So it's a huge game. It is an absolute monster matchup. First ever top 10 game inside of PBA. Top 10 versus top 10. Never seen it before.
So there's a quick look ahead at what's to happen on Sunday, or what we think might happen on Sunday. 3 o'clock tip-off between Nebraska and Illinois. Kent's Movie Club will be coming up a little bit later than normal today. He'll be joining us around 4:30. 4:30 today. Make sure we had some things pieced together right for our in-house guests, and we do appreciate both Dr. Kirsten Liu and Coach Mack for joining us here. And just another reminder, we're here at the Hope Lodge. We've had another great delivery of paper. Our friends at Carpenter Paper Products brought in another truck full like they do every single year.
Incredible.
Thank you very much for that. Just a quick note here about the Hope Lodge. This place opened 8 years ago, almost to the day, January 2018. They have welcomed 4,500 guests and caregivers, providing an estimated 30,000 nights of free lodging, peer support, and wellness programming, and has saved families over $4.5 million. If you think about it, when people have to come from out of town for cancer care, they come from all over. The stick pins over in the map down the hall, almost every state is represented. Several foreign countries are represented. People have to come from a long way to come to Omaha to get their life-saving treatment. Most folks in the past would have to buy a hotel or get some kind of lodging.
Yep.
Try to find some way to piece things together, all while not being able to work, not being able to bring in any extra income, and do that under the stress of going through cancer treatment. This place takes that part out of the equation. Free lodging, and something we don't talk about as much, it's the emotional support. Because you're here, you have a chance to talk to the great volunteers that work here, the people with the American Cancer Society, and with the other patients. There have been lifelong friendships developed here at Hope Lodge between other cancer patients because they're all going through a similar fight. Sometimes when you share an experience, you share a difficult experience with someone, it's a way that makes the healing process somehow easier because you've got that person you can confide in, that person that knows exactly what you're going through. And that is a huge part of the mental side of all of this. Forget about the physical, forget about the medicine and the great treatments and the science behind all of it. A lot of healing also comes mentally. And so
absolutely,
when you have this ability, and we're sitting here in the Mary Lou Janisic living room, where a lot of times people just sit and commiserate next to the fire, the beautiful couches here, and get a chance to talk, or whether it's, sharing a meal together in the community kitchen, or in any one of they got a workout room here, they got all kinds of stuff. But that's another part of the Hope Lodge experience that I don't think gets talked about enough. It's not just about the stress-free of not having to worry about lodging or where your next meal is going to come from, but it's also in the community that this place builds. And I guarantee you that lives have been saved in many ways because of the Hope Lodge. So that's what you're supporting when you support the Hope Lodge. I hope you get a chance to donate. Visit cancer.org/pinkout. You can make an online donation right now. Or if you're still, out and about and want to bring us your donation in person or some paper products, you can do so. We're here at 8033 Farnham, just behind the BP station here off 80th and Dodge. And we'll continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct from our Creighton versus Cancer Pinkout Drive next on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, just talking to some of the folks here that are staying at the Hope Lodge, kind of echoing what we talked about in the last segment, just about the community aspect of this place, and it's one of my favorite times of the year. One of the things we didn't mention with Mac as well, this Pink Out effort has kind of expanded over the years. We started the Coaches versus Cancer breakfast 2 years ago, and already we've got a date set for next year, and that has brought in Fred Hoiberg in the Nebraska program and Chris Crutchfield in the Maverick program. So now we've got all three working together on raising money for the Hope Lodge, and we had a great year at the Coaches versus Cancer breakfast. So
look forward to that when it comes back around later this year in October.
Real quick, this is unrelated to anything that we've talked about.
Moving on.
So we have seen many of our dear friends on the internet streets get got by, I mean, they're now crypto kings is what it seems like. They have brand new cars, brand new homes, Damon Benning among them. I saw
Matt
Coatney is the latest. So Tim Verghese, who is a regular on the morning show, he put out something within the last hour. Seen some good people getting hacked recently, so I'm bringing back awareness to this. If you get a DM, do not click the link. Everyone keeps getting these messages about voting to co-host a podcast event from Spotify and Google.
Yes.
I have received this message from Damon Benning. From one of my running friends, I got this same message. Don't click the link, because if you do, you're never going to have that Twitter account ever again. Don't click the link. And Jimmy Allen got by this a few weeks ago. Not great. Not great.
Yeah, I got a DM. It was before I went on the air on Tuesday night.
From Damon, right?
And
Damon
and I responded to the DM asking if it was legit.
Yeah, and they started.
And then the bot responded back to me and said, "Oh yeah, it's totally legit." Blah,
it's
blah,
me,
blah.
Damon.
And
you should have said, "What kind of chicken do you like, spicy or mild?"
I should have.
You would have figured it out really quickly.
But I paused, and that's when I DM'd you.
Hey, what's going on?
And I said, this is fake, right?
And I was like, I got the same message.
Because I was actually about to text Damon and just say, hey, I'm just double checking on this. So I just retweeted from Tim's account, but it's true.
Stay safe.
People are getting into your Twitter DMs or chat, I guess is now what it's called.
Sure.
And they're asking you to vote for them to co-host a podcast event. Which, if it's coming from a media person like a Damon,
you're like,
it makes sense. It's like, oh, okay.
Damon's doing a podcast.
Right. And so
Damon does love talking.
It does kind of look legit, but don't do it.
Don't. So, yeah, if you get a message from someone saying, hey, vote for me, just say no. Only vote in our poll questions. Those are the things you should vote for. Otherwise, stay away. Stay away. Anyway, all right. Sorry, I apologize.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think that's important.
Yeah, it's very, very important.
It is. It's very important to remember not to click on all of those silly links because there's too dang many of them out there.
Too many of them, indeed.
Too many links. An update on the moon. Josh found out yesterday that we're going back to the moon.
Oh yeah, you guys were telling me about this.
Did you find folks know we were going back to the moon?
There you go.
Okay.
Look at that.
Well, we're about to educate even more people. So,
this is awesome.
So we're launching the Artemis 2 moon rocket.
Sure.
There's going to be 4 astronauts on board. And it's going to fly to the far side of the moon.
And back.
And orbit the moon and take some great pictures and come back. And eventually we're going to go and re-land on the moon. But this is like the first mission back out there. This is going to be the furthest that any manned mission has traveled from Earth.
Cool.
And this is launching next week.
It was supposed to be this weekend, was it not? Wasn't it supposed to be on Sunday?
It was supposed to be next Saturday.
Next Saturday, okay.
Now, I got an update from NASA that they had to make an adjustment in the plan, and now the launch date, earliest possible launch date is next Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday?
Super Bowl Sunday.
What time? Do we know what time?
We don't know yet. Now, this is the earliest possible date. It may have to get pushed back. But wouldn't it be great if they could time the launch of this rocket to the Super Bowl halftime show?
But then I wouldn't get to watch the Super Bowl halftime show.
But this would be the Super Bowl halftime show. Nothing is cooler than watching rockets.
Yeah, that's what Nick always says.
Rockets are cool.
Poll question. Is there nothing cooler than watching rockets?
I mean, people like to watch the fireworks, and this is like the best firework of all, but we're launching people on top of
What
fireworks.
are you saying is going to happen to the rocket, John?
No, I'm not.
My wife read a book about the Challenger, and now you make this
joke?
No,
I'm not making a joke. I'm saying it's fire, it's exciting, it's like shooting off a bottle rocket, but it's a bottle rocket that circles the moon
and doesn't
comes
explode.
Back safely.
And doesn't explode. Okay,
and comes back safely.
Okay, good. Wow, McMaster says John might have a point.
Wow. I think if they could time this with the Super Bowl halftime, That would be the best Super Bowl halftime at least since Prince.
Alex in Lincoln writes, so we will finally land on the moon. No, this is not a moon landing as we discussed yesterday. This is a less cool version. Did you get Alex's joke, though? He's saying we haven't landed on the moon.
We have totally landed on the moon.
Definitely. We have. I think we have.
This is a point. This is poison from the millennial generation that doesn't believe anything that didn't happen in their lifetime.
Wrong. Do not blame millennials for not believing in the moon landing. This was generations older than both of ours who started this. It started in 1969. Nice.
I don't know about that.
It did. I read the Wikipedia page about it one time.
Of course you did.
It's an interesting Wikipedia page. I love going to the moon. No, we're not landing on it, though. We will eventually.
Well, yeah, you got to re-practice. It's been over 50 years since we've been there. We've kind of forgotten how to, do all the things.
Is that what it is? This is like prep? This is like you putting together your charts?
It's like me putting together my graphs and charts. Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in the weird and wacky world of college sports, last week we had the situation featuring Cal linebacker Luke
Farrelly,
who was transferring from Cal to Clemson.
Yes. Okay,
and had transferred.
I forgot that his original transfer school was Cal.
Well, that was the original school he played for.
And then he's in class and he's getting text messages from Pete Golding.
He transfers to Clemson.
Yeah.
He's in class this month at Clemson, his new school.
Yep.
He's in class.
Yep.
And during class, he gets a text from Pete Golding, the head coach of Ole Miss, saying, basically asking, what's your buyout?
And then he sent him a picture of $1 million contract. He sent him a picture of $1 million contract.
And Farrelly decides, sounds like Ole Miss is the place I ought to be. So
and now he's going to Ole Miss.
I'm moving to Beverly.
And so then Dabo Swinney, in one of his more recent press conferences, put all this on blast because
He exposed it all. He said, this is exactly what happened. I've got the screenshots. Here's the text.
Yeah.
I can prove it.
I am someone who finds Dabo Swinney incredibly annoying. But in defense of Dabo, I will say this. One of the complaints that people often have had in college sports, and this is mainly a pre-NIL thing, why don't they tell on each other? And the answer is always so easy, because they're doing it too.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what? Shout out to you, Dabo, for going on this rant and for exposing something that we never actually see exposed. We hear about this type of stuff, but we never see it.
Well, the tampering probe goes a little deeper because on Wednesday, the NCAA contacted Fresno State.
Why?
The contact stems from allegations that an Ole Miss football staff member made improper contact and tampered with Fresno State receiver Josiah Freeman. Matt Entz, who is the coach at Fresno, declined to comment. And Garrett Classy, you remember Garrett from such hits as I used to work at the University of Nebraska. He's the Bulldogs athletic director.
Garrett Classy. Oh, my gosh, I forgot about that name.
He's not talking either, but NCAA sources told John
Wooden.
No, from Oregon, the reporter.
Oh, Canzano.
John Canzano. This is his story. Said sources told him that Freeman provided screenshots of the communications to officials. A source said Fresno State has receipts. So it sounds like Ole Miss.
This is your new king. This is your guy, Pete Golding.
I was so happy for him. I was rooting for him.
Now are you still rooting for him, John? He's a cheater.
It just goes to show you. It
in
seems like
the
they're all damn
SEC?
cheaters. In the SEC, yeah. Cheaters.
Who could have seen this coming?
I don't know.
That's wild, man.
So there could be even
maybe
more.
everybody in college sports just hates this guy. Maybe they don't like him.
Or maybe Ole Miss is figuring, well, we got messed over by Lane Kiffin. We're going to start messing with other people.
Perhaps.
I mean, this is where this insanity comes from. Someone gets got, and so they want to got somebody else.
Yeah, well, it's always like, when Matt Rule's talking about the various tampering that's happening, why does he speak so confidently about it? Because they're probably doing it too. And sadly, you have to. It really is a weird scenario where you're complaining and you're frustrated by other schools.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to keep up with the Joneses, you need to do what those schools are doing, even though it is technically illegal. It is against the bylaws of the NCAA. Very strange. Old Man Doug texts in, 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Millennials also believe that Coach K is a better coach than John Wooden. I don't think that is true. I don't ever hear any millennials praising Krzyzewski versus John Wooden. One of Doug's kicks for years has been not revisionist history. What is it called when you're living too in the moment and you don't appreciate history a little bit more and all of your opinions are based on the here and now?
Well, you're living in the moment.
No, I know, but there's like a term for it. Again, not revisionist history. Either way, that's like one of Doug's big things. Young people think Tiger is better than Jack, but Jack is better than Tiger. You all are focused too much on the here and now. I don't ever hear any millennials praising Mike Krzyzewski, by the way. It's more of a Gen X thing. That's probably your generation. You guys love Coach K.
I mean, Coach K is very good.
He's a good coach.
John Wooden,
speaking of cheaters, didn't that guy cheat all the time? Wasn't he buying all of his players? Ask Michael Severe about John Wooden sometime. He'll go on like a 5-minute rant for you. You know what?
Yeah.
On Monday, I might ask him about John
Wooden.
Wooden.
Cheating has been around for a long time.
It has.
It's just
John Wooden was very good at it.
It's now more open because back in the day, cheating used to deal with, just telephone calls, and unless they were tapping your phones, they weren't gonna find out. Now you got screenshots. Now you can now it's all electronic. You can go back through people's texts.
You can.
How awesome would it be?
It's very hard to cheat.
How awesome would it be if one of these cheating schools got caught because they clicked the link to vote to get your friend in the podcast? Somehow in the DM world,
awesome.
What we just talked about happened to Damon. This is how someone gets caught cheating.
That would be incredible. Pete Golding is suddenly like, check out my new car that I bought with crypto. Oh, by the way, recency bias. Thank you, Bill. Recency bias. Yeah. I feel like if I search, you know what, I'm going to do it in my email inbox. In the Equitable Bank inbox, brought to you by
Old Man Doug and Equitable Bank.
Recency bias. Personally. Wow, surprisingly, there is no emails in here from Doug. Usually he emails about recency bias. He is very out on that. Do not say anybody today is the best. Doug will yell at you and disagree. He'll tell you it's somebody else.
Because our schedule is a little mismatched today.
Coach Mack's coming up next.
Well, no, that's where I originally had him. But we still have a Super Friends Roundtable. Did not mention
that's happening in its normal time today at 5:30.
Don't worry. You'll get to hear all of Jack's ranting and raving about the Michigan game and then whatever he has to say about Illinois. That'll be coming up at the 5:30 half hour.
We're talking about Sinners in about 40 minutes with Kent.
More like 20 minutes with Kent.
4:30, that's right.
4:30.
That's right.
But coming up next, we'll do content.
Okay, wow, so we're just moving everything all over the place.
Well, we had to. We had to today because we're here at the Hope Lodge.
Yeah, we are.
We're doing a good service. We're raising funds.
Yeah, we are.
For the folks here at Hope Lodge. 32 guest rooms here. So, and I just spoke with the folks before we went on the air today.
Yeah.
Earlier this week, they were at 87% capacity, which is above average for them. So almost full. Right now, they're about sitting in the 60s. But there's constantly people coming in and coming out. Sometimes the stays are short, maybe a week or so. But sometimes, our friends from Iowa, they've been here. It's been 50 days, 60 days, 60 days. We've had folks that have been here for 7 months and still have 30 days to go.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of varying degrees of people needing to use the Hope Lodge. The best part is it is here and it's available for us. And it's only here because you have been able to give so generously. So again, if you'd like to donate online, and remember, every money donation that we get this weekend is matched up to $30,000 by Nebraska Cancer Specialists. You can donate online at cancer.org/pinkout. Be back and we'll talk about some of the other news of the day with content. Nick will get off his butt and get over here and leave the fire and come over and join us tableside as we continue live from the Hope Lodge at 8033 Farnham on 1620 The Zone.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello.
Been warming yourself up by the fire, keeping
really,
your tootsies warm.
It's really cozy.
Yeah,
how are
over
those
there.
toes feeling?
Oh, my toesies are cozy.
It
love it.
looks very warm and inviting over there.
It is.
Looks like a great
That's why
place
you're not allowed over there.
to like set up a Monopoly game.
Oh,
Yeah, you're allowed over there.
Yeah, no, you can't go there.
It's a warm and inviting place, John.
Yeah.
That's not for you.
You're like the Grinch. The Grinch doesn't like warmth.
Yeah, though maybe it would melt his cold black heart. And
Oh.
maybe it would start beating again in red warmth.
That would be nice.
Maybe. Probably not, though.
Nick, what do you have in content?
Carlos, don't call me Alcatraz. Alcaraz? Alcaraz defeated Alexander Zverev today in the Aussie Open. Oi, oi, oi. In a match that took almost 5.5 hours. In honor of this news, should we find a 5.5 hour movie for February?
No. You know, normally I would say tennis needs to look at itself, for these long matches, but it's part of the gimmick of the sport, right? Where you get some of these
a gimmick.
Well, sometimes you get these marathon matches that go
sounds
forever
terrible.
and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
I've always thought they should do best of 3 like the women.
Wow, really? You don't think it should be best of 5?
Well, or maybe have the women go best of 5. You know that women can go 5 too.
I agree. I think it's silly that women only do a best of 3.
Why are you You think women are silly?
No, you stop it, Nick. You know what, Nick? Maybe not 5.5 hours, but we could do the extended edition of The Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
What
the
a
best
great-
version. The only versions you need to watch.
Exactly,
That's
John.
like
you don't want to
5.5
miss out on
hours. It
important
feels
plot
like
points.
25 and a half
Thankfully,
hours.
though, no Tom Bombadil.
I'm Tom Bombadil.
Gosh.
I'm a brown wizard.
I suppose there's vampires or zombies in this too.
No.
Would you call the orcs zombies? They kind of
Oh,
are.
good Lord. What even ask? Next question.
They're a little zombie-ish. In an epic battle of duckies.
Dookies.
I like duckies better. Cooper Flagg scored 49, the most ever in an NBA game by a teenager, while
Knupel.
Knipple.
Scored 34 as Knippel's Hornets beat Flagg's Mavericks. Sadly, neither of these two teams are currently above the cut line for the playoffs. But it was exciting.
Wow, what a great statement, Nick. Apparently it was. Good job by you, Cooper Flagg. I think he had 10 rebounds as well, so he had a pretty high scoring double-double. That's nuts, man. 49 points for
49 points, and he's not even 20 years old yet.
That's crazy. You know he's from Maine?
They were roommates
At Duke. People
Roommates.
forget. And then you know what happened? They didn't win the national championship. They didn't
did
even
not.
make it to the game.
They did not.
Remember that? They melted down against Houston. That
They
was funny.
did.
That was good times.
That is true.
Can't win them all.
Mm-hmm.
According to Max Olson's ranking of the top 100 players that entered the portal this year, Nebraska only landed one. Trey Beyblade. I know that's not his last name.
Tree
but it's way cooler.
Babalade.
His name's
Tree Babalade.
Tree Babalade
Tree
from South
Babalade.
Carolina. How big of a concern should this be?
I don't know if it should be a concern. Was any of us expecting Nebraska to land multiple top 100 players?
Matt Rule said that they had a lot of money to spend, and they were going to spend it.
Well, they did. I think they did, keeping the guys that they wanted.
That might be true.
And it's about how they fit.
Yeah.
It's about how they fit. Nebraska's never going to be one of these players in the portal, at least under Matt Rule, that's going to bring in 3 or 4 of these top 100 players.
Probably not. I think it should be a concern, though, just that, like, do they have enough talent? Are they going to be good enough? You know,
I think they
will
did
the coach
upgrade
still
on the
call dumb
offensive line.
timeouts?
I think they did.
I agree.
upgrade on
I
the
don't think they
offensive
upgraded on the defensive line, though, and they traded for a quarterback who couldn't run for a quarterback who can, but turns the ball over a lot. Shall be interesting, Nick.
I'm still stuck on the tree thing. Is he
Tree
an
Babalade.
Is he an Ent?
Nice. That's a Lord of the Rings
I
round.
have
Let's
no
call him
idea.
Treebeard, Josh.
Ridiculous.
As we mentioned yesterday, friend of the Grum, Sean I'm so bad at names. Mannion is the new OC in Philadelphia. This means we now have a great radio relationship with an OC and a head coach in the NFL, Zach Taylor. Who should we befriend next?
Great question, Nick. I'm trying to think of people in the NFL. I mean, who knew? We had Zach Taylor on, I guess. That was before he got the gig, right? Like, was that did we know he was about to be the Cincinnati head coach when we got him?
He was the head coach.
So he had just been hired? I thought he was still with the Rams when we had him on. Sean Mannion, that relationship is crazy.
No, he had been hired. He had been hired by the Bengals.
The Mannion one goes back to when he, was still finishing up his college career. I mean, he had just finished up the regular season back in 2014. So who knows? I mean, Adrian Martinez has joined the show many times. Would it shock you if Adrian Martinez eventually was a coach in the NFL? It wouldn't shock me.
No.
I think he has a great disposition to him. He's very calm, could be a good leader. Maybe he's the future head coach of the Los Angeles Rams. And then again, we have another friend of the Grum who's in the NFL.
I still have his number.
Well, okay, so we've got a head coach, we've got an OC, we need a DC.
Okay.
So, I mean, the easiest one would be Vance Joseph because that's Mickey's brother.
Sure. Why don't we get Spags on? We could ask Mitch for Spags' number, and we could talk to him. He's a former NFL head coach, not a current one.
But he's a DC. Again,
he's a DC,
we're looking for a defensive coordinator.
What about Bo Pelini?
Bo is not coaching anymore.
What about former DCs? We can try for the Dolphins head coach, Jeff Hafley.
We could try for the Dolphins head coach, Jeff Hafley.
We'll work
That's his
on
name.
this.
All right.
We'll work on getting
None of
a
us have ever
defensive
forgotten that
coordinator.
name, Nick.
The Falcons hired away Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham to join Matt Ryan in the Atlanta front office. With new head coach Kevin Stefanski and some of their young talent, could the Falcons rise up and conquer the NFC South?
They certainly could. I mean, it's a division there for the taking. The Bucs took a bit of a step back, though they still made the playoffs.
Yeesh.
I don't know if the Panthers' success is necessarily sustainable.
Could be tough.
The Saints certainly had a better last third of the season.
With their great young quarterback.
I think the potential is there for the Falcons to have the best run. The interesting sidebar about this story?
What?
So Ian Cunningham, who is black, there's a rule in the NFL where if you hire away another team's front office and they are a minority, that you get compensatory draft picks.
Yeah.
But because Cunningham is not seen as the primary guy, it's Matt Ryan, the Bears will not get comp picks.
Really? Because he will be the assistant?
Because
Matt Ryan
is considered the player personnel guy.
Wow.
In the organization. So the Bears aren't even going to get comp picks for this.
Wow, that sucks. Sorry, Chicago.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It basically encourages
people to hire minority coaches.
Yeah. The Vikings fired GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
Very good.
Wow, Nick, you actually nailed that one. How did you not get Mannion?
You know what? I've been cozy and sleepy.
That's true.
Do we send our congratulatory messages to Mike Schaefer?
I actually did right when I saw the news, and I believe his response was LFG. He is very excited. Congratulations to Mike Schaefer and all Vikings fans. I've seen already reports, and this might be some spin from the Minnesota side of things, that Kevin O'Connell did not want to move forward with J.J. McCarthy, and instead he wanted to move forward with Sam Darnold, but it was Adolfo-Mensah who convinced them to move forward with J.J. McCarthy, and obviously that ended up being a terrible decision. Whoever it was, somebody had to be the fall guy because Sam Darnold is on the Super Bowl participant Seattle Seahawks, and the Vikings had one of the best defenses in the NFL and completely wasted it.
By the way, so during his 4 years, the Vikings had the 5th best winning percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think, well, why would you fire him? But
why would you fire him?
They only had 172 starts from players drafted in Adolfo-Mensah's draft classes, which is the second lowest number in the league.
He's been terrible.
They are one of 11 NFL teams that have not drafted a Pro Bowl player in that time.
And when did he get there?
2022.
Yeah, he's had horrible drafts, man. Their talent level has taken a big step back in recent years. They've had to build it through free agency.
I'm going to go off script for this one, unless you really want to do the last two.
Go ahead.
President T signed an executive order confirming an IndyCar race in Washington, D.C. on August 23rd of this year. It's called the America 250 Grand Prix.
What's the question?
This was after the IndyCar season schedule has already come out. They just have to slot this in somewhere now.
Okay.
Are you going to watch the America 250 Grand Prix?
I'm kind of curious how they're going to do this because, there's a lot of security.
A lot of logistics.
And a lot of logistics. I mean, you just don't run the cars on the street. You got to build the fencing. It's a very expensive process. It's kind of weird that this is happening only 7 months out. Usually this takes a lot more planning than this. Like when NASCAR announced they were going to do the Air Force Base, that was more than a year in advance. So I don't know how they're going to pull this off logistically, but it could be visually beautiful, to race near the Capitol Mall and have all the monuments and stuff in the background. But I just don't know how they're going to pull it off.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, but again, it just sounds like a logistic nightmare, like you said. I know Indy is an F1, but I imagine that the surface is going to have to be a certain way for these cars.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, we know how it backs things up in Vegas. Can you imagine what that'll do to D.C., probably what should be the busiest city in the country?
By the way, have you seen the patches for the Super Bowl? They're going to have the regular LX logo, and they're also going to have, I think, these USA 250 patches. Plus, the Seahawks are celebrating their 50th year. Their jersey is as busy as a NASCAR coat.
Uniform.
Okay.
Driver's suit.
Sure. That's quite
another
garish.
reason why the Seahawks should not be in the Super Bowl.
They're
going to look ugly and garish and disgusting.
Yeah, I don't like.
This is going to be one of the ugliest aesthetic Super Bowls of all time.
There was an article that I saw, and I know we got to go to break to talk to Kent, but I saw an article this morning from somebody basically saying this is the ugliest uniform matchup in Super Bowl history, and it was like the Seahawks and Patriots need to go back to their old logos. I was like, that's an interesting idea.
Or maybe we just get rid of these two bums and put the Broncos and the Rams in there like God intended.
I subscribe to that. I kind of like the Patriots old logo a lot. I think it looks cool.
You know what I like a lot?
Movie Club.
With Kent Walgamon.
Nice.
He's going to join us next, and we will review Sinners. But first, a word, speaking of that big game that's coming up in just a little over a week. This is your place for Underdog. UnderdogFantasy.com, or just download the Underdog app today. This is where you can go and pick players to go higher or lower on a variety of different categories. And, of course, for the big game, there's going to be a lot of options, probably more than even in the regular season. And even playing Underdog in the regular season, it's a blast. Whether a player's going to go higher or lower on passing yards or receptions. It could be even field goals made. A lot of different options and many different ways to make up to 5,000 times your cash is possible in some aspects. So download that Underdog app today. Play it right here in Nebraska because you can. And you can get some extra bonus plays from us if you use our promo code at sign out.
Promo code is 1620 the zone. Download the app today. Put in that promo code. You can score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. Again, don't forget that promo code 1620 the zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Hunt. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new hits and new identifications. Boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
And we appreciate the flexibility of our wonderful guest, our Friday tradition, one of the oldest, dearest friends of the Grum that's ever existed, Kent Wolgamont. Kent, thanks. Happy Friday. Hope you're staying warm there. It's cold. In the words of, who was it?
Michael Irvin?
No. In
The Grinch?
In the Grumpy Old Men, it's butt cold and I'm fresh out of beer. Who was it that said that? Who was Burgess Meredith?
Yeah. Yep. No, I have yet to leave my domicile today. So
very smart decision. A very smart decision by you.
Yeah, I would agree.
I heard the thing on the IndyCar race in Washington, D.C. Okay, and then I looked online. It's going to be free.
Yeah, we just saw that too.
What a cluster that will be. But I lived in D.C., right? And our dear leader said they'd be going 200 miles an hour on the streets of D.C. No, they won't be going 200 miles an hour on the streets of D.C. And there are no places to have any, like you're going to get a half a mile max in one straight line. And the streets there are lots of roundabouts and stuff in downtown D.C. You want to be driving an Indy car into a roundabout? Here we go.
Yeah, no, there's no such thing on a street course of getting to 200 miles an hour. I mean, it'll be fast.
How fast do they get up on street courses?
Oh,
it depends on the straightaway.
It just depends on how long the straightaway is. I would guess maybe 150 max, and that's top speed. But I'm talking, But yeah, you're not sustaining 200 miles an hour on a street course. No
with it being called the America 250, that implies it's going to be 250 miles.
I assume
because of the 250th anniversary.
No, I get that, but usually with that is that convention.
Oh, okay.
Usually, I mean, who knows?
I just wonder how many laps that'll be.
We'll see. I haven't seen the track yet.
I wish that Ford ran engines in IndyCar now, and they could drop Max in and let him win the race, and then go back to Formula One.
Well, I'll be in Washington next week. I'll give you a scouting report if they started building the track.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
All right. The movie this week was Josh's pick.
Yep.
It's Sinners, which came out last year.
It came out 9 months ago in April. This is a Ryan Coogler film starring Michael.
No relation.
Starring Michael B. Jordan, also starring Michael B. Jordan. Get what I did there?
Nice.
Haley Steinfeld, among many others. Delroy Lindo is in it as well, another actor I imagine people might remember. Look, we kind of gave this away a little bit. It was in all the marketing, right? Like, we know that this is a vampire movie.
It's funny you mentioned that, because
or a zombie movie, Kent, as John called it yesterday.
I went in blind the first time I watched this, so I had no idea it was a vampire
Nick,
movie.
you say that, and I don't remember exactly what I thought I was getting into either. I saw it in theaters last year, and it was getting, really good reviews, and I was like, I like Michael B. Jordan, I like Ryan Coogler, I'll go check this out. The basic plot is that these two twins, Smoke and Stack.
Incredible.
So thus the Smokestack twins, both played by Michael B. Jordan, return to Mississippi. It's 1932. They had been in Chicago for a few years. They are obviously criminals. They have a lot of money to spend, and they are opening up a juke joint for the local black community there in Mississippi. And they're basically trying to start anew and make a lot of money for themselves, bring money into the community, have a great time. Unbeknownst to them, there is also a vampire in their midst, and he turns a couple of people, and essentially the second half of the film is him and then them trying to get inside of the juke joint, and lots of death ensues. It deals with a lot of big themes because it's like a vampire movie, but also, of course, given that it's set in Mississippi in 1932, a lot of racism going on there. The Klan makes multiple appearances in passing at various points for various discussions, and off to the races we go. That is Sinners. It was the most nominated movie, Kent, in the history of the Academy Awards. Certainly is going to win a lot of the below-the-line categories. We will see what it takes near the top. I very much enjoyed this movie on the first watch, very much enjoyed it on the second watch as well.
Also, real quick, I want to mention Miles Catton. He's the guy at Creighton. He plays Sammy Moore, the little cousin of the twins.
Yeah.
This was his first acting gig.
And
ever.
he's only 20 years old, and the depth of his voice, you would never guess that he sounds like someone who is in his 30s.
He does.
Sings.
He sounds like he's an amazing singer. He's a great actor, and he'd never done anything before this. Incredible.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
He did have a song sampled on a Jay-Z record when he was 12.
Good God.
Wow.
So, yeah, his musical background is he spent, I believe it was 5 years as the background singer with her, Her, all capitals.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was very highly regarded already before and that's kind of what got him cast, was his ability to sing. And then I think they got more than they bargained for with his acting. So, so yeah, I guess I would say, when you mentioned Academy Awards, it will be a travesty if this doesn't win Best Score. Okay?
100%.
This movie is as much about the music and works because of the music more than any movie I can think of late, right? And it's very interestingly done.
Yep.
And even to the point where, and this is really being picky, but I really watched this time. This would be the third full time I've seen this, and I've seen bits of it more than that. And I was really paying attention to some of these odd little details, like Sammy 1930 was supposed to be 20 in 1932, right? The movie ends in 1997, right?
I thought it was 92.
Or 90.
I think it was 92. It was 1992.
It was 60 years, okay?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This was filmed probably 3 years ago. Sammy, as the grown adult, then would have been in 92, would have been 80 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Buddy Guy turns 90 this year. So even the detail of getting an old blues guy the right age was, followed that. And the other really cool thing they did was incorporate a lot of both original songs in the style, but also like players and songwriters and stuff, including like Delroy Lindo can't play the harp, right?
Right.
So in that scene when he's playing the harp, Bobby Rush, the other 90-year-old blues guy who's kind of my pal, was in the audience, in the crowd, playing the harp, and Lindo was watching him to move his hand so it would look like he was playing the harp. That's how they did that scene. And
wow, I love this movie so much.
And I mean, there's all kinds of music stuff in here, like the guitar that he carries through all the movie but doesn't destroy, right? Is the actual resonator guitar that was used to record most of the soundtrack.
Oh, wow.
It's just crazy stuff. And the music, most of it was recorded live on set.
Oh, that's so cool. Speaking of details that you noticed, this is about my fourth time watching the movie, and I didn't pick up on it until the movie was almost over, so I wasn't sure when they were doing it. But they alternated a lot between widescreen and full screen.
That was IMAX cameras.
Was that what that was?
That's what that was.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like, oh, when there's vampires around, it goes to widescreen to make it a little more intense.
No, so yeah, that was just the amount of movie that they could shoot with an IMAX camera.
Okay.
Yeah, which Nolan's been doing that. The first one I remember was The Dark Knight, almost 20 years ago.
20 years ago, yeah.
And so watching on my TV, the clarity difference when it went to the IMAX cameras is ridiculous. Like, it looks so gorgeous.
It does.
When they're, especially those out exterior shots that they had with that camera.
And I would suggest for anybody that wants to spend a little cash, if they bring this thing back in the next couple weeks because of the Academy Awards, theaters will bring back nominated movies. Go see it on as big a screen as you can.
Yeah, especially with the music.
100% with the music.
Kent, what did you think? Because I know that this was kind of a controversial scene for some people. It took them out of the movie. I loved it. Basically the scene in the middle of the movie with the music and how it kind of goes through time. What did you think of how Coogler incorporated that and telling a story, which I had forgotten that's how the movie opens, where there's a narrator saying these types of things, and then it brings it back about an hour into the flick.
Correct. And that's why I thought it worked, because it ties that right in. And the narrator, by the way, is the woman who plays which one? Smoke's wife?
Yeah.
The I can't pronounce her name. She got the Oscar nomination for Best
Annie.
Yeah, she's also the narrator, by the way. That's her. And I thought that tied it in perfectly, because in a way, this is a movie about Black music, really.
Yep.
And it just shows here's the continuation out of that. And then for me, it tied right back into the ending with, you'd gone up through time once, you come back and you go back up through time again.
Yeah.
We talked at length yesterday. Vampire movies, zombie movies, they just take me out of it. But in terms of the setting and, like you said, the music, that to me, it's all I found myself wishing that we could have done a different plot device. I realize the whole heart of this thing is it's a vampire invasion. I get that. But I enjoyed the background, the scenes, the story of the two twins and their relationship, and trying to build this juke joint and the guitar player. And I was hoping, I knew going in that there was some kind of horror aspect to
Okay,
this.
I was wondering what
I
you
didn't
knew.
know. I didn't know there were zombies or vampires or whatever they were.
Just vampires
in here. They're all same thing. But that's the part that I liked about this.
It's like the first hour of the movie.
And fast forward to the end. And by the way, if you're watching this, make sure you don't stop right at the beginning of the credits.
Correct. Yep.
Because the scene that we were talking about with Buddy Guy, that happens after the first initial run of credits. And for me, that was the best part of the film. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. Well, I love the blues. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they put Buddy Guy in that spot was really awesome. And just how they tied the story back together, I enjoyed that part of it. I'm not going to say anything more because I don't want to necessarily spoil anything for people who haven't seen it. So while I went on my rant yesterday about how much zombie movies or, vampire movies take me out of it, the backdrop of this, taking us back, because this is a period in history that, when we talk about civil rights and things like this is kind of a period that doesn't get mentioned very much. We think about the Civil War. We think about Reconstruction. We think about the 50s and the 60s. Yeah. But this is the period between World War I and World War II. Mm-hmm. And there's still a lot of sharecropping going on. And there's still, and this is right in the heart of all that. And I liked the fact that it took us to this part in time. So visually, it was really cool. I love the scene when they're in the car and they're cruising through the countryside, and Sammy starts playing really for the first time.
And immediately he recognizes.
And he's recognizing it was like, oh, man, this is really good stuff. Those are the things I really enjoyed. So when the whole vampire stuff started happening, I was like, oh, why did they have to ruin this? But the lead up to it and the backdrop behind it, I think, is something that is is unique and I thought was really a good touch because we don't normally, when we think of these supernatural type films, we don't take us back into a period of history we're not as familiar with. So I enjoyed that part of the film, and visually, it's like you said, Kent. Go see it on a big screen. Not only because of the music, but visually, it's a really nice looking film.
You have just verbalized one of the real critiques of this movie is that the first half of the movie is really, really good, and the second half of the movie is a vampire movie.
Yeah.
And there's something to that. But I think the other thing that this movie does that sets it apart from your standard horror picture of any kind or vampire movie is it spends an hour creating these characters in this situation. But all the characters are flawed. All these characters are interesting. Well, it gives you a reason to care about what's going on in the movie as opposed to, here are 10 people trapped inside this building. How are they going to get away from the zombies or the vampires or the monster or whatever?
Right. That's a really important part. And I think we've talked about this with other movies like Jaws, for example. Yeah, you see just a little bit of the shark at the very beginning, but they spend a good chunk of the first half, diving into the characters, and then we really don't get the fight, the shark until the very end. And this is the same thing. We don't get the vampires until we've already established where we are, who we're dealing with, who we care about, who we like, who we dislike. And so, yeah, those are, to me, when it comes to any of these types of film, this could be from, 80s horror movies to modern or whatever, is building the time, building the suspense, building the drama, building the story is more important than the actual beast or character or monster that we're fighting, right? Because at the end of the day, yeah, you want to see them conquer, but you got to make people feel first that these are people worth rooting for.
Well, one of the things, Kent, that I obviously find pretty fascinating about this is the idea that the vampires are actually good because of the racism that they're dealing with of the era, right? Where they're like, no, hey, come join us, and then we'll actually go take out the Klan, and this is going to be good for everybody.
That was a different twist.
It's such a fun twist because normally when you have the evil being of a vampire, they're wanting to take over you, right? And then, now you are one of them. But there is the interesting part of the era in which this is happening. And I have to imagine that there is something enticing about that. Like, what? We would have powers over all these people who are treating us like garbage. And, of course, it's not – I don't know how much we want to talk about the end, but, there's not even a twist, but there is still the other evil. Yes, there is the grand vampiric evil that is over the whole movie. But there's also normal evil that is everyday evil that most of the characters in this movie are always going to have to deal with and that we're still dealing with, 100 years later.
And that's not giving anything away. That guy is clearly, when they buy the property,
he's not a good person.
You can tell that he's KKK racist, and you don't introduce that character for no reason, right? In the script. Right? There's no reason to have him in there unless they're bringing him back in some fashion later.
Right. Chekhov's racist.
Something that I really liked about this movie and I think it did really well. And I don't know if so there's kind of that scene in the beginning where they kind of do the whole recruitment. It's kind of like a twist on the I'm building a team trope, but they're getting people for the juke joint. And I think every introduction of every major character was done in a way that was so memorable that just adds to you caring about them more. Like Haley Steinfeld's introduction. Amazing. I can't quote any of what she said, but that was amazing. Cornbread's introduction. Hilarious. Even the harmonica player, the harp player, I don't remember his name, but everything was just so well done, and I think that just goes to add to the depth of these characters and makes you care about them even more.
And Kate, going back to something John said earlier too about the way it looks, man, you can just you can almost smell the characters. You can feel the stickiness of the time and place, and how there's no air conditioning and everyone's hot and everyone's sweaty. There's like a sheen over all of them. Pretty much the entire movie.
Mhm.
It is always there. The sun's overhead. It's super warm, and everybody is just like gross out there. I thought that was really noticeable watching it a second time.
Yeah, well, that's all. Yeah, I agree with that. There's a reason it's nominated for costume and production design and that, I mean, if I had one criticism, and I guess it's not really a real valid criticism, but every juke joint I've been in the South and northern Mississippi or wherever, that place was awfully nice.
They turned it around pretty fast too.
They had money.
Well, you couldn't let them live in total filth. I mean, you had to give them something. But yeah. Anything else?
No.
Anything else?
No, I just that music scene in the middle of the movie that Josh mentioned earlier, that might be one of my favorite scenes in any movie ever.
It was so cool seeing that part in the theater. Like, it didn't hit as hard watching on TV. But man, that scene, like with the way the sound was working on the big screen, was awesome. That was super cool and so surprising.
Yep.
Listen to the soundtrack. Watch the movie and then listen to the soundtrack because it's a treat.
Yeah, if you love blues music, I think you'll enjoy it.
I love blues.
You'll enjoy it a lot. That is Sinners. It is on HBO Max.
HBO Max.
Yep. Coming up next week, I stumbled upon last week. I had the weekend off, and so I had extra time. And after I watched this, I was scanning for other things to watch because there was no football on, and all the good basketball games had already been done. It's a movie I have always wanted to see, but had never stopped to see it. And I'll give Kent an audio clue as to what we're going to watch next week. Da 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 na 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 da na 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 na. That sound like
the Sting.
The Sting, featuring Robert Redford, Paul Newman, Robert Shaw, won the Academy Award in 1973.
I've never heard of this movie.
Oh, it's a great movie.
The Sting.
I know. I like Robert Redford.
And I think there's going to be an interesting conversation next week, Kent, because this movie fits right in between both the first Godfather movies.
Is that right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. 72 was Godfather, 73 was The Sting, 74 was Godfather 2. But it all deals with the underworld, but it's very different. It's very different.
Where's it available?
It is on Netflix.
All right.
Okay.
The Sting.
It's Redford and Newman at their very, very, very best.
Yes. Yeah. And this came on the heels of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which was another one of their famous buddy. I guess buddy film, maybe that is the wrong word, but we'll review that next week.
All righty.
Race car driver Paul Newman.
Race car driver and team owner Paul Newman. That is correct.
Perfect.
That is next week. The Sting on Netflix. Kent, have a great weekend. Stay warm. I think by the time we reconvene next week, it might actually feel good again.
Yeah, well, by next week, but I do get to go. Hopefully it's not going to be frigid on Sunday, so I get to go take the walk over the bridge for the basketball game Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, let's hope it's a little warmer for you on Sunday.
We need to get like a shuttle for Kent.
That's correct.
Yeah.
He deserves it after all these years of covering bad.
Yeah, I know. Now they're finally good. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of shuttle, Kent, do you think it's cool that we're going back to the moon?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you for being a normal person.
I never said it's uncool to go to the moon. We're just flying by the moon. I'm excited for us to go to the moon, not by the moon. If I drive by your house, I'm not going to your house. I'm just driving by it.
You can't win a football game if you don't do good scouting, Josh.
Interesting. That's true. You got to prepare. Always important to prepare.
Well, Kent, we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
Bye, Kent.
That's Kent Wogemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. No, this is not Sting the wrestler.
From Omaha, right?
He's not going to rappel from the ceiling and take out the NWO. This is different methodology of the sting.
Excellent.
I look forward to the conversation with this one.
Should be fun.
We are here at the Hope Lodge. It is our annual Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out remote. You can still bring by some paper products. They've already taken a whole bunch back to the storage area. We've gotten a ton of great donations. But if you can't be here in person, just go to cancer.org/pinkout. And remember, all the cash that we raise this weekend will get a $30,000 match, up to $30,000 from Nebraska Cancer Specialists. It's all for a great cause. Hope Lodge from the American Cancer Society, a home away from home for cancer patients and their caregivers. When we come back, it is happy hour time. Jack Mitchell will join us, and we'll also have predictions as well.
Awesome.
So stay right there. We're coming back right after this on 1620 The Zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Is a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing. Thanks to everyone at Cross Strain who has been a great supporter during the fall and winter. And I know they'll be back again next year or later this year. But special thanks to everybody there at Cross Strain for just being great partners with us. And we enjoy your product. We enjoy it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you, whatever it is you're drinking, make sure you send us a pic of what it is. Maybe it's a hottie toddy.
Oh,
because
nice.
of how doggone cold it's been out there. But whatever it is, send us a pic, and we'll look it up. Once you hit us in the mentions, hit the hashtag One Beer Friday, and send it to us in the on at USC 1620 Twitter feed, and we will pick one at random for the last of the $25 gift cards. To
Nice.
Cross Strain.
Is this a safe space?
Of course it is, Nick.
I don't know what a hottie toddy is, and I've just never looked it up. So I hear people
I actually
say
don't know what it is
something.
either. I think it's bourbon. I think there's bourbon in there.
Well, obviously, it is the cheer that they use down in Old Miss, but the hottie toddy is a warm cocktail made with whiskey, hot water, honey, lemon juice, and usually spiced up with either cinnamon or cloves.
Oh.
Some people actually use this as the original sore throat
Oh,
Oh, man, maybe I should do that.
throat coat.
Josh, put your shirt back on. You've had too much hottie toddy.
Interesting.
That is technically it's called a hot toddy, but people down in Ole Miss call it hottie toddy.
Should have done that on Wednesday. Sorry, dear. I need a hottie toddy to help my throat feel better.
Well, Jack Mitchell's going to join us here at the bottom of the hour in the Super Friends Roundtable. Because our schedule's been a little weird today, and again, we're at the Hope Lodge here at 8030 Farnham, or 8033 Farnham, right down the hill from Children's and Methodist Hospital. We're still taking paper product donations. You can donate online to the Hope Lodge, cancer.org/pinkout. Every donation that we get this weekend will be matched up to $30,000 by Nebraska Cancer Specialists. Thanks to the doctors at Nebraska Cancer Specialists for that fine gift that they have generously given every year that we have been doing this. And we appreciate all of you for supporting the Hope Lodge, Nebraska. And, of course, tomorrow Creighton will take on UCONN, 7 o'clock tip. Pregame at 6 with Austin Jacobson, and we'll have the call for you. Myself and Tyler Clement will join me, TC.
Nice.
For the Pink Out game tomorrow night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg against number 2 UConn. We had Greg McDermott join us earlier on. Of course, it was his inspiration to start the Pink Out efforts in the first place here at Creighton, and why this building is here and why it is still going strong. All of the proceeds we've raised over the years have gone towards Hope Lodge, Nebraska.
Very cool.
All right. Let's get to some predictions before we get to the bottom of the hour and Jack Mitchell. Last week, greatness was on display. I smoked you both.
What place are you in right now, John?
It doesn't matter. I already told you I was taking this.
Interesting.
I was taking
We're nearing the end. We only have 2 weeks left.
We are.
There's
By the way,
only
Josh,
2 weeks left.
Are you scared?
No.
I'm
not
only
at all.
2 behind you.
Not at all.
I'm on your butt.
We should have done another facial hair challenge, John. Shave your goatee.
No, because I've
Fascinating.
won,
Wow, I can't imagine
I've won so
smooth
damn
John.
many. I should never be punished. I'm so far ahead of you guys. It's not even funny.
When was the last time you were smooth?
I've always been smooth. Very smooth.
Smooth as eggs.
They call me smooth.
Smooth as eggs.
They call me Santana featuring Rob Thomas.
Nice.
Whoa!
Uh-oh.
Did you break it?
No, he's fine.
Okay.
Pistons and Warriors tonight.
Oh, the association.
He did what in his cup?
Pistons and Warriors. Josh, who leads the overall standings.
Give me Detroit. They're playing really good basketball right now. The best team in the Eastern Conference, people are saying.
I've said this before. I'll say it many times. I like Pistons because it reminds me of cars, and I like cars.
Nick is now a fan of Detroit.
Well, fine. I'll take the Warriors at home.
Okay.
The Cavs are -3.5 at the Suns.
Give me the Suns.
Yeah, Jacob Padilla joined the show when I was sick. Give me Jacob's Suns.
You know, Jacob was sick too when he joined the show. And
What?
yet he wasn't afraid to work.
Whoa.
I will go with the Cavs.
Okay.
I'll take the Cavs. Only one game in the NHL tonight.
That's
I don't know
weird.
why there's only one game on a Friday
Because they're all
night.
getting ready for the big one between Detroit and Colorado tomorrow. Go Red Wings, baby.
The Blue Jackets are a 1.5 favorite at the Blackhawks.
Wow.
I
It's a
will
color
take-
battle.
I will take the Blackhawks.
Blue's my favorite color.
Dark blue, dark blue. I'll take the
Jack
Blackhawks.
Mannequin. Wow. I said blue's my favorite color.
Oh,
So the Jackets.
you'll take the Beach.
And I love coats when it's cold.
Your coat's yellow, though.
Tonight, Michigan and Michigan State. So Michigan's got to do the quick turnaround. They go to East Lansing, where they are a 1.5 favorite against Tom Rizzo and Michigan State.
Wrong team's favored.
Oh, give me the Wolverines.
I'm going to no one beats Tom Izzo at home. Give me Michigan State.
Wow, our friend you just stopped by who's a Michigan fan probably hates your guts even more now.
Wow.
We're going to do the total on this one.
What?
Providence is at Villanova tonight. The total is 156.5.
In
Over-
college?
Yes. Over or under?
How bad are these defenses?
That's under. What's happening here?
Wow, I mean, Nick is shaking his head. I'm going to go over. I think Nick's an idiot.
I'm a little flabbergasted.
I mean, Providence scores a lot.
Yeah, maybe it goes to 4 overtimes.
I'm going to take the over.
4 overtimes.
Better hit the over if it goes to 4 OTs.
Another big matchup this weekend. BYU is a 4.5-point dog heading into the Fog Allen Fieldhouse, the Kansas Jayhawks. I'm going to take BYU in this one. I think they could win this outright.
Nick?
Rock chalk.
Yeah, I'm going to go with John here. The wrong team is favored. BYU saw a lot of their game last week against Utah. Is it called the Holy War in basketball? I saw a lot.
I
of
mean,
that
it's
game.
always a holy war, right?
All right. I was impressed by what we saw from BYU. Give me BYU again.
In the SEC, Alabama, 6.5. This is an estimated line by
Bart, our buddy Bart.
Alabama plus 6.5 at Florida.
We haven't talked about Bart that much this season.
I go to his website all the time.
I always go to Bart.
That's a lot of points. I'll go with Florida, though.
I'm going to go with Florida as well.
Really?
What are you doing, John?
Well, I'm expecting Alabama to go sign some more professionals between now and then.
Hey, by the way, speaking of, Amari Bailey, who played at UCLA and went to the NBA, is also now trying. He's going to be the first actual NBA guy to try this.
I don't like this world we're living in.
I don't either.
Me neither, Nick.
But it's
Stick
all
to sports.
stupid. It's all stupid.
Hey, Aaron Judge, you want to come back to It was Sacramento, right?
I don't know.
Aaron Judge was
Fresno State. You want to come back to Fresno, Aaron Judge?
So stupid.
I believe once you have competed in a college home run derby at Charles Schwab Field, that's when you lose.
That's the cutoff.
That's when you lose your eligibility.
Okay.
You can't come back. I'll take Bama.
Okay.
I'll take Bama.
You're taking the cheaters.
Interesting.
I mean, they're all cheaters, aren't they? They're in the
guess so.
Southeastern Conference.
That's true. That's true.
We have a pair of finals in the Australian Open.
Aussie.
The women's final features Sabalenka versus
Rybakina.
I'm not up on my
Rybakina?
Navratilova.
Yeah, Martina.
Chris Everett.
Rybakina.
Monica Seles.
I was going to say Serena
Those
Williams.
are all easier names.
Venus Williams.
Well, who do you like?
Let's go. Let's see. QRS. I'll go R because it comes before S.
So you're going to take Ryback.
Yeah.
I'll take Sabalenka.
I know it's Sabalenka. I'm familiar with her, but I'm not familiar with the other. I'll go with Sabby. I like Sabby.
Okay.
The men's final will feature Mr. Alcaraz, who just went 5.5 hours.
That is a long time.
Against my old buddy Djokovic.
Yep. I forgot that's how you call it. I'm going to say
Djokovic.
He's a bit more rested. Give me the Joker here.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Djokovic also. Djokovic.
Alcaraz, that's a long time to play tennis, man.
Yeah, but he's the favorite, and he's the younger. He can handle it. He's a young man.
5 hours is too long.
I'm going to go with Alcaraz.
For anything.
Yeah, what do they call that? The Kama Sutra?
I don't believe they use the Kama Sutra.
Isn't that a 5-hour experiment?
I
think that's just a book.
Okay.
The main event of the weekend,
which is why we're getting to it now.
They're racing. They're racing in the snow.
I gotta click a link.
They are racing in the snow.
Wait, there's snow. There's snow NASCAR now.
They have had record snows in North Carolina. This
Really?
week. Yes.
Wow.
Like some areas getting near a foot of snow in North Carolina. Now it is supposed to clear out, but it's going to be one of the coldest NASCAR races in history. It is the
That'll
Clash.
actually affect the race.
Yeah.
It is the Clash at Bowman Gray. No, the track will be clear.
No, not that, but like it's cold. The hands will be a little chilly when they're doing. Right? That'll affect them.
Are they? What do you? That's not
when
remote
they're like
control cars.
When they
wear
screwing
gloves.
Tires. No, they're the
When they
tires.
screw
They're
tires.
the tires
When
off.
they're screwing tires.
Don't think I'm wrong, guys. Listen to the knower of NASCAR. over
You
here,
know
please.
wheel.
I know. Yeah, I know steering.
Pick me a winner, Bobby.
The link in this thing isn't working, so I don't.
It's working
actually
for
know
me,
who's-
Nick.
I
Just
can't
name,
get it to
you
work.
know somebody. Come on.
Billy
Byron. for me,
SVG
John.
is SVG racing.
Yes, he is.
SVG.
That'd be quite the win. He's never won on an oval. I'll take Chase Elliott,
He's been getting better.
Billy
at ovals.
Byron for me, John.
the defending two-time Daytona 500 winner. All right. Basketball now. The
Tantra. That's what I was talking about.
The
Tantra. Tantra.
Omaha is at Denver this weekend. Omaha plus 3.5 against Denver.
I hear that the Denver basketball team is really frustrated by the AFC Championship game, and they're saying, let's win this one for Bo Nix's ankle. Give me Denver.
I don't think it's fair that they're making the Mavericks play the Nuggets like this.
This is not the Nuggets. This is Denver
Jokic,
University.
Nick, you like him with the overs here?
100%. Give me Omaha.
I am going to go with Denver.
Okay.
Who will lead Nebraska in scoring Sunday afternoon against number 9 Illinois? This one is easy for me.
You going Price?
I'm going with Sanford.
Price has been awesome. I am going to go with Jamarcus Lawrence, though.
I'm going to keep hammering Burke.
This is a very odd decision of you, Nick, but it's the one player on the team that you know the name of, so I understand it.
I know Rank Mast. He's just not playing right now.
Good job by you, Nick. You were listening to our show today.
I watched the game.
Nice. Oh, that's right. You did watch the game.
Illinois freshman sensation Keaton Wagler over under 17.5 points.
Over.
Same.
Yeah, this one seems easy. I think even if they lose, he's still going to hit the over.
Okay.
Do not have an official line on this. That won't come out until tomorrow.
Talking about the game itself?
But the game itself, according to Bart, it's Illinois plus 2.5.
I'm going to take Nebraska.
Ooh,
Yeah,
you didn't sound very confident.
I'm going to ride with Nebraska here as well. I think that one of the two of Rink and Frager are going to play. It wouldn't shock me if both of them did as well. I think that with the injury situation for the Illini, home atmosphere, give me the Skurs.
I'm going to try to make up ground.
Hater alert.
Boo.
I'm trying to make make up ground. I'm going to pick Illinois.
Okay.
I think it's going to be another great game, just
I
like the
think so,
first
too.
one.
I think
it's going to be another great game, like the first one. I am a little concerned that mast not being at full mast.
Nice.
Could be an issue. A prop for tomorrow night's pink out game. Josh Dix over under 11.5 points. He famously did not hit a 3 for the first time in 32 straight games the other night at Marquette.
So
Josh
continues?
Dix bounces back. He'll go over 11.5.
Undies.
Over. Ovies.
And Creighton and UConn.
Yeah. That's the basketball game tomorrow night.
They play.
Plus 10.5.
Holy crap, is that the line?
That's insane.
I actually think I have a real line for you.
Do you have
John.
a real line
It's
for me
not
yet?
10.5.
Really?
It is way lower. If the one that I saw earlier, it is 6.5.
Wow.
Whoa.
UConn, 6.5. Yes, please.
I'll-
Sorry to friend of the Grum, Greg McDermott, who joined us earlier.
I'll take UConn as well. Well, no, give me Creighton.
Wow.
Happer had a stat on his show today, I believe, that Creighton has won, 11 of their last 4 pink out games? Is that what the stat is?
They have. They
Yeah,
also
they're
have.
11-3, yeah.
They've also owned UConn. I'll never pick against my boys.
Yep. Put me down for
Actually, I
Creighton.
think you have picked against them.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't.
I never pick against them except when I do.
I never did.
Okay.
It never happened. Don't put it on the internet that I picked against Creighton, because I
will
didn't.
not. I will not.
I picked the Jays. Okay, so there's predictions for this week. Next week will be the final in this round before we get to the real round of predictions when the men are separated from the boys.
It's a long round.
There's zero
long
football in any of it.
round.
Well, actually, we do get some Canadian ball in there.
That's true.
And some UFL.
I didn't realize Canadian football, they only have 3 downs. Did you know that?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I told you about this when I watched the Grey Cup.
Oh,
Remember
my
when I
bad.
was watching the
It
Grey
was in
Cup?
the Klosterman book. Real quick before we go to break, Jonathan reaches out. Thanks for the shout out. Nice to meet you guys. No, I don't hate John for saying that Michigan State is going to win. I think Michigan loses too. They don't do well in East Lansing.
There you go. All right. Jack Mitchell and the Super Friends Roundtable coming up next from the Hope Lodge on 1620 The Zone.
on 1499.3 KLIN.
All right, greetings. Welcome back. 529. Just a moment. We'll be connected with
Oh, here we go. It's Friday. And we are joined by KLIN's Jack Mitchell, stinging from the bitterness, the bitter taste of defeat, a taste that he has become unfamiliar with for months on end. Was it like, you've gone several years, how Jerry had the vomit streak on Seinfeld?
I do remember, yes.
And then you remember what it feels like to actually go through it. Was it kind of like that, where it was like, oh my God, the vomit streak ended?
I did have first of all, I think the vomit streak did continue with Nebraska basketball generally, if you know what I mean. And if it hadn't, Nebraska might have won. But beyond that, it was weird. It was weird because I went into that game, and I think a lot of other fans did too. Once I found that Rinkmast was not playing, and you already knew Frager wasn't playing, I went into that thing saying, man, if they are that shorthanded, this could get not close. In fact, it probably will. In fact, I said as we were starting to watch it to my wife and daughter, I was like, if they win by single digits, or excuse me, if Nebraska keeps it within single digits, I will be happy with that kind of a performance. Kind of try stake out the kind of evaluation number. So when I was emotional later, I knew I would be happy. Then it turns out they kept it within single digits, and I still didn't feel happy.
Well, it was because it's because they were leading the whole dang time. I mean, and then there were a couple of points where you thought, my God, they could run away with this thing if they keep shooting like this.
I still can't believe it, if I'm being honest. If Michigan is who we were told they were, who I thought they were, which is the favorite to win the national championship, a team who was just absolutely housing other top 10 and top 20 teams during November, if that's who they really are, then either Nebraska is a shorthanded Nebraska that almost beats them at home. A full team of Nebraska maybe should be in the NBA, I guess. And then and maybe the shorthanded Nebraska on their own could make if you have Rink and Frager out for the rest of the year, maybe that's a Final Four team. If Michigan is who we're told to believe, or no, I'm not even saying we're force fed that. That's what I thought they were.
So, Jack, we did the Groin Kick Chronicles this summer. We ranked all of the terrible losses and the ways in which a team can lose that can break your heart. We didn't really have a category like this, which is a game that you don't expect to win because you are down two men in the case of this game. Not only do you keep it close, you're leading the entire time only to lose by 3. Where would this fall on the scale? Because I have definitely sensed it's more prideful this week than it is like abject sadness about the loss.
Yeah, when you don't expect to win, and then during the game you get to the point that, and I kept thinking, okay, at some point, Michigan is really going to turn it on. Like they're just, and Nebraska's short bench is going to be hard for them. And it kept not happening, It was close. It got tied, I think, a couple of times. Michigan maybe even got a lead at one point and lost it. And so the later it goes like that, and I tried everything I could do internally not to, because I could see all of my emotions happening in slow motion. It was like I'm outside of my body. I'm like, I know I can't buy into them winning until it really, really is going to happen. And when you get down to 2 minutes left in a single possession game, you've gone past the point of no return at that point. And so, and I agree, everyone who's Fred, everyone else said it's not a moral victory. I don't even know how you define a moral victory. And I wouldn't call it that either. I wouldn't, losing it as opposed to winning it is not any reason for joy or the same amount of joy as you would have if they were winning it. That said, going away from it, and this is just how I think about the team, I'm more confident in that 20-1 team than I was in the 20-0 team prior to that. That's not saying it's a moral victory. That's just the truth about how I perceive them now after the game.
Well, I mean, if anything, it was reinforcing what maybe we had either had believed or were starting to believe, and that is this is a team that is one of those greater than the sum of its parts mechanisms. You know, you don't have any first-round NBA draft picks on this team currently. You know, we'll see how Frager develops. We'll see how Sanford develops, quite frankly. But right now, you wouldn't look at any of these guys today in the moment and say, oh, those, unlike some of the teams that Nebraska has played this season. And it was because one guy is out, or in this case, two guys were out, it's next man up mentality. And really the only thing, you can point back, and I know that they were very cautious not to make excuses. I think it was Sam, and who else was at the press conference? Was it Sam? Price was at okay. And to not say, oh, we just ran out of gas, because that was the popular theory. But if you look at it,
it looked like they ran out of gas.
It looked like, they were chugging along and making shots. And it was one of those deals where you almost wish that halftime never happened because you were in such a rhythm and you were go, 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 go. And you knew that it was going to be hard to maintain that level. And sure enough, offensively, both teams slid. But the thing that didn't disappear, and the thing that got reinforced, was this is a team that is based on going in with a plan and executing the plan. And that's one thing that never stopped. They kept executing. They just weren't making buckets at the end of the game like they had been in the first half. And I think some of that was, a little bit of the tired legs and just, the fact that you were only playing 7 deep. I mean, when you got Leo Curtis going in there and giving the minutes that he gave.
He made some shots, too.
I mean, and this wasn't a guy you were counting on. But, this was – we talk about culture wins. This was a culture game, and this was the thing that Fred has been, building with this team this season. And so I think that's where a lot of this feeling comes from is, yeah, sure, you didn't get the win, but it showed that even though you were shorthanded – the team concept didn't go away. The smart basketball didn't go away. And that's the thing you hang your hat on. And those are the types of things, which is why when I texted you after, as the game was ending, I said, this team's Final Four good. And I kind of thought that going in, but Tuesday reinforced it to me. This team is Final Four good.
What? Tell me, is it just because they were shorthanded and exactly the things you said, or was there something new that occurred to you or different that occurred to you?
It wasn't new. It was reinforcing what I had seen, right? That you can take out a critical piece, because the thought was, like early in the season, the last time I saw Nebraska up close, it was, man, this thing, everything goes through rink. Everything goes through rink. And, and you imagine, if something were to happen to him again, this team's not going to be the same. And we saw on Tuesday night that wasn't the case. You can take out this critical piece, and yet everyone goes out and still goes out and executes their job. If you're going to win NCAA tournament games, if you're going to go deep in the NCAA tournament, you've got to be able to play defense. And Nebraska was still able to go out and execute as best as it could its defensive game plan and not lose the sense of who it was. Michigan didn't win that game because Nebraska collapsed. Michigan had to go out and take that game, and Nebraska wasn't just going to give it to them. And that's the sign to me of teams that are really connected and can go a long way in the tournament. Now, will they go a long way in the tournament if they continue to play these 7 guys? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm assuming, of course, Rink will be back. He'll be healthy. Frager will be back. He will be healthy. But the core of who they are doesn't change, regardless of if this player's playing or if this player's playing or if this player's not playing. And that's what I saw on Tuesday night.
I think I've always thought, well, maybe there's going to be a point when they face someone in the Big Ten, and likely a Michigan or a Illinois, Michigan State, maybe Purdue, where you're just going to, they're going to look overmatched. And of course they do, getting off the bus with the size that Michigan and Illinois has, even when Rick Mast is playing. But I mean, in the game itself, when you watch the game and you're like, oh man, they're just struggling. They're struggling to keep up with whatever it is, the pace of the game or the size or just the physical nature of one of the teams. And you just haven't ever seen that for an extended period. Like, that is the thing that I continued to think was going to happen at some point. You were going to see a team build up a big lead on Nebraska that way. And I haven't seen. Now, Indiana got a decent lead on Nebraska. That might be the biggest lead that anybody's had on them. I'd actually
Isn't it that, or didn't Oklahoma have the same lead?
Oh yeah, that's right. Oklahoma
Both of them,
did
I
lead
think, hit 16
but
points.
that was in the first half, and Nebraska raced.
Yeah,
most of it
Indiana
by
was early in
halftime.
the second half.
This was second half.
Yeah, it was Indiana was early in the second half, and that was mainly by both of those teams got really hot from three, which can happen. But it wasn't even necessarily in that, oh man, Nebraska's not able to guard them. It wasn't that. And that's the thing. If you ask me to pick out a reason why I feel confident in a way that I didn't a few weeks ago, is like, I still haven't seen that. And I was sure that I would have seen longer extended periods like that and especially against Michigan, and especially in that game. That still didn't happen for, more than a couple of minutes against Michigan during the game.
Jack, Fred Hoiberg spoke earlier today. I know that you've had a chance to see the quotes, what he had to say about Frager and about Rink Mast. What is your expectation for whether or not they play and the impact that they're able to have if they do play in this game on Sunday versus Illinois?
I don't know what to think exactly for a variety of reasons. I mean, we played on our show here just a little while ago. I played Fred's whole clip on Rink and talking about him going to the emergency room and losing a bunch of weight and doing what sounded like a very bare minimum in terms of getting back in a workout today. So I don't know if they know for sure or not at this point. And so I don't have any idea. The way he sounded about Rink is they're going to give it a go, and you're going to kind of have to see during the game what he can do and what he can't do. He shouldn't be at a spot where you just can't even try, but that's going to be kind of a game time evaluation, I think. And, how fast can someone bounce back from that? I don't know how much weight he lost. It sounds like it was even bad, it was worse than most of us experienced. And on Frager, I think those sprained ankles are, although it wasn't a severe one, you don't, you just can't tell how fast you're going to feel like it's okay to really play 100% and not be tentative, because if you guys have ever sprained an ankle, even a small one like that, for a while, it feels like you're always going to sprain your ankle again if you've ever done that.
And he is he's a player that uses the lateral movement and that agility so much in his game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so in terms of my expectation, I think they'll give Mast a go. I think I'm sure they're going to try having him go. And even if you get some from him and it's not 100%, I think that has a big impact. And then for Frager, we'll see. I guess I kind of expected before today that they both were going to go. Now I feel a little bit more doubtful than I did coming into it, I guess.
I mean, Mast will play, but it would not surprise me if his minutes were budgeted a little bit. Just because when you come back from, we've all had varying degrees of the flu or what, and your ability to bounce back, it takes just a little bit of time. Now, most of us aren't coming back and playing high-level college basketball
against the top 10 team.
Against the top 10 team, but adrenaline kicks in, the energy of the building, which should be tremendous on Sunday. That'll kick in, so that'll help a little bit. But I would bet that he won't see his usual. I don't know what he's averaging, 30-ish minutes a game but I would guess it won't be that much. But, it'll be managed. I think it'll be managed smartly. And, again, what you hope for is that when in those moments when he's not out there, you're still holding your own and other people continue to elevate their game. And that was another thing that Nebraska did. Everyone kind of elevated their game knowing, hey, we got to compensate for the loss of, this one guy.
Yeah. It's still, not to go back to the same conversation again, but I still thought Mast going out is a different animal than any other player going off this team. I think there's some truth to the idea that offensively they can handle it when you've got some players who just aren't shooting or aren't playing for something like that. But I just thought Mast's presence was necessary for the offense and to some degree the defense, but in particular, Mast's presence was just necessary for the offense to function like it has to. And apparently that's not as true as I thought it was, is what I found out in that Michigan game. Illinois, though, I will say this about Illinois. I think that was the first team that I really saw give Mast problems.
Yep.
I think he had a harder time than he did in the non-conference season going against bigs that just weren't. I kind of remember I was at that Oklahoma game. I remembered him. If Oklahoma would have a single guy on him, they didn't have somebody who could stop him from finding a way to score. Illinois had a different level of size and rim protection that his typical moves just were not as effective against them. And so we'll see how that factors into this game.
Jack, it's funny that, this Illinois team, you would think with Ivicic, the big guy inside, that they would block a lot of shots. They really don't.
Really?
Now, well, his brother, the junior, is it Zavanzimir, or I don't know how to speak Russian. He's pretty good at the rim, but their starting five usually doesn't get a lot of rim protection. I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the keys to the game. Scoring on that first set, the first attack, as I call it, where the shot goes up, and you make it where you're not having to rely on offensive rebounds, where you're not having to rely on turnovers to get extra possessions. And I think, what was it that I quoted? That Nebraska had one of its worst efforts of the season from a rebounding perspective. In other words, allowing Illinois to have offensive rebounds. The offensive rebound rate by Illinois was Nebraska's worst effort of the season on the glass. Yet they still won the game. But I have a feeling, second time through, you got a different bit of a scouting report, that Nebraska's got to shore that up. I don't think they can win this game not surviving, getting punked on the glass. And if Mast isn't, 100%, and you're down a little bit size-wise, you're going to have to find way to get guards in there to rebound and make some other things happen. So I think extra possessions, because these teams don't turn it over very often. Nebraska doesn't turn it over a lot. Illinois doesn't turn it over a lot. I think offensive rebounds could be really important on Sunday, and I think that's one of Illinois' ways to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like 21 feet of Eastern Europeans in there in the middle. They're huge.
They are.
I mean, they go 7-1, 7-2 between the Ivicic brothers, like you said. They're 7-1,
7-1, 7-2. Yeah,
and then
Mirakovic is 6'9".
Yeah, he's 6'9". I thought he was bigger than that even. So there's just a ton of size. And I think that's, if you had to pick out one general potential weakness for Nebraska, even at full strength against any team, it's the potential to give up offensive rebounds. And then add to it, everyone talked about the foul discrepancy in the Nebraska-Michigan game, and it was there. But to me, the way that it manifested itself most relevantly to the game was not necessarily Michigan going to the line on drives or getting fouled when taking shots. It was the way that they were able to draw fouls on the boards, where Nebraska, it seemed like sometimes just by virtue of being smaller, sometimes drew fouls when against Michigan as well. And if the game's called like that, that can be a problem again, especially if you have a short bench.
Jack, I know after the game, one of your immediate thoughts on Tuesday was, wow, that crowd is going to be out for blood on Sunday versus Illinois. Connor Happer of Happer and Schaefer this morning on 1620 The Zone said that he thinks Sunday could be the biggest home game of all time and an even better crowd than no-sit Sunday, which is, of course, the gold standard. You are a purveyor of good crowds and what fans should do at attending basketball games. Do you think that this one could rival what we saw, 12 years ago now?
I mean, if you look at the stakes of the game, they're different because that was kind of a win and in for the NCAA tournament. This is kind of it's not a win and in definitely for everything, but it's like if they win this game, all of a sudden you get to take another step to being serious about talking about things like conference championships and 1 and 2 seeds. And you enter a new level of sort of possibilities for the team that are even greater than just making the NCAA tournament. And so I don't know. It's hard to compare the stakes. There was more to lose in that Wisconsin game, I think. Probably
or there could be more to win on Sunday.
I think there's more to win maybe on Sunday. But yeah, I think everything works out because I think you've already had really good crowds. I think that the crowd will come in with a little bit of an edge. I think they're frustrated about how things went down on Tuesday, not necessarily with their team. Like, I think they've also completely fallen in love with this team, which kind of everyone has who doesn't dislike them before because people like their style of play. So I think there's that. I think there'll be a little bit more of an edge. And then like Sunday at 3:00, guys, I don't know, John, maybe you've been able to tell with Creighton games when it depends on the opponent when the best sort of time for a riled up crowd is. But a weekday at 6 p.m., ain't it?
No.
A weekday at 8 p.m., maybe more so, but I still don't think it's it. That 3:00 start time on a Sunday with nothing else going on, I think provides the perfect buffer before and after the game. I think it's that's kind of around when No Sit Sunday started. That might have been an hour or so later, if I recall correctly. Maybe it was even more.
Yeah, it was about that time of day.
I think it fits the pre-gaming situation fairly well.
Well, let me throw you one more thing because you always like to remember, you like to have reasons to hate the other team.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this was the game because I was there. It's the last game I ever attended at Devaney Center as a fan.
The random win by Nebraska?
No.
Oh.
When Illinois, it would have been the 12-13 season, so the last year at Devaney.
Okay.
And Illinois came in, and they ended up blowing Nebraska out.
Okay.
I know what you're going to say.
At the first media timeout. So I'm sitting there, and there's this group of students, and they're all wearing red.
Yeah.
But they weren't sitting in the student section. They were sitting in the upper bowl, like over by the old media section in Devaney.
Yep.
And at the first media timeout, they all got up in synchronization, took off their red, and exposed that they were all Illinois fans. They had bussed them in.
I called the game the year before for KRNU, and they did the same thing in that one, and Nebraska won that one the year before.
But this was the one this is the year they lost, and I'm like, wow, that takes some cojones. That they bought this big block of tickets. They were all dressed in red. And then I saw them as we were leaving the arena because I saw them all getting back on the bus. So they organized this trip to invade Nebraska's crib and pulled the old switcheroo.
Crazy.
So
I'm glad you reminded. I can always use a little more fuel.
There you go. Jack hates him even more now.
I just remember looking over and going, I was damn impressed. I was like, damn, that's pretty impressive. But people were not happy.
It's good because you gave me that fuel because Brad Underwood is so likable. Otherwise, it's just hard not to think what a nice, fun teddy bear of a guy. It's hard not to hope the best for him.
All right, we got to run, but appreciate it. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Bye, Jack.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
That'll do it here from Hope Lodge. Again, thanks to everyone at the American Cancer Society for hosting us again. And if you didn't get a chance to donate, you can still do so online, cancer.org/pinkout. It's for an awesome cause. Nebraska Cancer Specialists matching up to $30,000. If you are going to the game tomorrow, bring an extra 5, an extra 10, drop it in the bucket. There'll be volunteers to take your money there as well.
Thanks to Jake hanging out with us. First time producing the Grum. Thanks to Nick here. Otson earlier. Joey earlier as well.
Exactly.
Everyone who hosted us, as always, this is such a wonderful experience each and every year.
All right. Well, have yourselves a great weekend. I'll talk to you tomorrow from the Pink Out game, 7 o'clock tip against number 2 UConn. Have an awesome weekend, and we'll see